Good morning and welcome to Anime's Velodrome for day 3 of this round of the AMV Track Series. What a couple of days we've already had. Friday night with the time trial. We had juniors and masters with the IP yesterday. We had our elites and under-19 sprinting, some really great races there. Today our juniors and masters, they will be in sprint day, and our elites and under-19s IPs. We'll be up and running in about 4.5 minutes. Stand by, make sure you do go and see Pedali on the concourse up by the entry of Anime's Velodrome. And don't forget, entries are open for the next 2 rounds, including the team events for the state champs and the bunch races. So that's in the middle of Feb and the end of Feb. Make sure you get your entries in for those. And for road, the Gold Coast is hosting the Summer Crit Series. I'm just waiting on confirmation. I think the juniors are involved. I couldn't really make head or tail of it on the Facebook this morning, but get your entries in for the Summer Crit Series. We'll see you in a couple of minutes. Welcome to our Animeers Velodrome for day 3 of this round of the state championships. We're going to kick off racing this morning with our under 15 and under 17 sprint qualifying. First out on track, we're going to have Georgia Dowling from the Hamilton Wheelers. Qualifying time will set their matchups for a little later on in the program. So should be some fast times here this morning. And we are off and racing here at Animeers Velodrome. First out on track for our under 15 ladies, Georgia Dowling. Didn't she have a great ride yesterday in her IP, taking home the bronze medal? Brilliant smile up on the podium. So Georgia will set our first time of the day and the benchmark for all the under 15 women to match. So next time around, Georgia will get the bell. 200 metres. She's got some competition coming from behind her as well. Matilda Kemps, Bo Morfitt, Adele Dixon, Winter Bradshaw and Hannah DiGiorgio. Some very big up-and-coming names. There's the bell. Georgia out of the saddle as she comes out of turn 4. Gets seated, gets into the sprint lane, starts the clock. Georgia Dowling, but down the back straight. You can actually see her really pushing down the back straight this morning as well. Crosses the 100 metre mark in about 7 seconds. So she'll be hoping to go around that 14 mark somewhere down the front straight. 14.732. Next out on track. And relatively new to track cycling, from a triathlon background, Hannah DiGiorgio. Only got her accreditation, I think, in December last year. So great to see her out on track and not scared of going up high. This is a good sign. The Gold Coast doing amazing things with their juniors and track and road. So time to beat for Hannah of 14.732. At the same time, a little bit out of shape coming out of turn 2, down the back straight. Wants to beat Georgia's time of 14.732. That's just about on par with Georgia as she goes across the 100 metre mark into the front straight. Stops the clock with a 14.599. Next out on track. And another member of the Gold Coast stable, Winter Bradshaw. She looks like she's locked and loaded. Winter very impressive with weightlifting as well. Works out at Cougars here at Chandler. So new time to beat, 14.599. Bradshaw hoping to go low 14s or into the 13s, you'd think. So she'll get the bell, there it is, out of the saddle, stays up nice and high, drops into the sprinter's lane, in the saddle, starts the clock, out of turn 2 nicely, down the back straight. Winter giving it a real good nudge. She goes about 6.5 for the first 100 metres. Round turn 4 into the front straight. What can we see from Winter? She goes 14.139. So the new benchmark to meet, 14.139, set by Winter Bradshaw from the Gold Coast Cycling Club. Next out, her clubmate, Adele Dixon. Gold Coast very strongly represented in our junior ranks. Adele makes her way down the back straight. She'll get the bell this time around. Benchmark will be 14.139, set by Winter Bradshaw. There's the bell, and Adele out of the saddle, coming out of turn 4. Back in the saddle, sprinter's lane, starts the clock. Out goes the shout, go Adele. Down the back straight, gee, she's nice and low. 100 metre mark, that's about a 6.5. This will be a good time. Comes across the line, a 13.547, so the first one to go, sub 14. Out on track. Also from the Gold Coast Cycling Club, Bo Morfitt. She had a ripper IP yesterday, taking home the silver. We saw her brother Sonny as well clean up a couple of gold yesterday. Bo really strong in that IP. Be great to see what she's got in the sprint. So 13.547, the new benchmark set by Dixon. So this time round, Bo will get the bell. She gets the bell. Seated acceleration, a little bit out of the saddle. She goes up high on the track, drops down from turn 1, gets some speed from the boards. She started the clock down the back straight, Bo Morfitt. 13.537, the time to beat. That looked like it was about a 6.6 or 6.7 for the first 100. As she comes into the front straight, she comes across the line with a 14.065, the second fastest time. Next out on track, and what a couple of days she's had. Matilda Kemps from Bundaberg won the IP yesterday. What she got left in those legs for sprinting today. She did the IP with no pursuit bars, all in the sprint bars, so she's got some talent. The Kemps family watching on from the home straight. So next time round, Matilda Kemps will get the bell. 13.547, the time to beat. The only one in the 13 so far, Adele Dixon. There's the bell. Matilda Kemps launches from turn 1 into the sprinter's lane, starts the clock, heads out of turn 2, down the back straight. Kemps really motoring down that back straight. Stops the clock at the 100 metre mark at about 6.8, so she's going to have to move now if she wants to beat Dixon. Into the front straight, she goes 13.958 to take the second fastest time, and also sub 14. So next out on track, we'll start our under 15 boys. It'll be Seb Urry, the first one out. So Seb Urry, he'll be setting our time for our under 15 boys. Adele Dixon going fastest for the girls. We'll see those sprint matchups a little bit later on. So just the 4 under 15 boys. After Seb, we'll have Paddy Richardson, Felix Henderson and Ethan Lee. So Sebi, he gets the bell. Drops into the sprinters lane, starts the clock for his 200 metres. Seb Urry down the back straight. Our under 15s have got the option to go up to 7 metres now as well. About a 6.5 for Seb as he crosses the 100 metre mark. Down into the front straight, Seb pushing down the front straight. He goes a 14.329. So new regulations for our under 15s, they can go up to a maximum of 7 metres in their rollout, up from 6.1. So you will see some variance in the riders today. Paddy Richardson, our next rider out on track. He took home a bronze in the IP yesterday. So it's Paddy Richardson, he starts to wind up along that back straight. He'll get the bell this time around. There's the bell, Paddy, elbows out, down the front straight. Gets on top of that gear, starts the clock as he heads around turn 2. Look at the cadence on Paddy as he heads down that back straight. First 100 metres, that was in about a 6.8. Bit of work here to do for Paddy. Time to beat a 14.329 for Seb Urry. Paddy goes 13.942. Setting the new benchmark. Felix Henderson, our next rider out on track. So Paddy Richardson, 13.942, the new time to beat. Felix Henderson, he'll get the battle next time round. He started his wind up as he heads down the back straight. After the under 15 boys, we'll have our under 17 girls do their sprint qualifying. There's the bell for Felix Henderson. He drops in nice and early into turn 1, starts the clock, heads down the back straight, looking very sharp as he heads down that back straight. First 100 metres, that was about a 6.2 as he heads into the front straight. Felix Henderson looking to start a new time. He does 13.266. Our final rider out from the mighty Ipswich Cycling Club, Ethan Lee. He's had a dominant weekend so far, winning the time trial, winning the IP, and he calls himself a sprinter. So let's see what he's got installed today. So Ethan Lee locked and loaded. 13.266. Can we see Ethan go sub 13? We know how strong he is. He starts very early, coming out of turn 3, still out of the saddle. Still out of the saddle, drops into the sprinters lane, starts the clock. Ethan Lee absolutely flying down that back straight. First 100 in about a 5.7. This will be a quick time from Ethan Lee into the front straight. He stops the clock with an 11.916. To quote Aaron Bear Liang, Struth. Quick time for the young man. Ethan been doing a lot of work with the UQ boys on a Sunday morning, honing his skills. First out on track for our under 17 women will be Hannah Walters. So Hannah will set the benchmark for our under 17 women. So Hannah into the sprinters lane, starts the clock. Heads down the back straight. Looking pretty sharp there, Hannah Walters. First 100, that looked like it was about a 6.5. Into the front straight. She comes across the line, stops the clock with a 13.104. Next out on track from the Balmoral Cycling Club, Elise Vaughan. So time to beat for Elise Vaughan will be a 13.104. So here we go, Elise Vaughan out of the saddle, down the front straight, into the sprinters lane, starts the clock. Time to beat from Hannah Walters, 13.104. Elise Vaughan looking pretty sharp down the back straight. That was a late sixes for the 100 metre mark. She's going to have to hustle now to get on top of Hannah Walters. 13.731 for Elise Vaughan. Next out on track, what a day she had yesterday. First year under 17s, took second in the IP, and a very fast young lady, Sienna Golding from the Ipswich Cycling Club. As Sienna begins her wind up down the back straight, she'll get the bell this time around. Time to beat remains with Hannah Walters, a 13.104. Gets the bell, drops into the sprinters lane, around turn 1, starts the clock, out of turn 2, down the back straight for Sienna Golding. As we look for that time for that first 100, it's around about a flat 6. This could be in the 12s. Sienna Golding into the front straight, stops the clock, it is 12.672. And our final under 17 female rider out And everyone's favourite little sprinter, Maddie Douglas-Savage. She made the IP finals yesterday. Maddie Douglas-Savage storming onto the sprint scene last season. We see her back again. She'll get the clock this time around. 12.672. Maddie would like to go faster than that as she drops into the sprinters lane. Starts the clock. Out of turn 2. Down the back straight. Look at the cadence on Maddie Douglas-Savage. First 100, that was about a flat 6. Can she go sub 12? Maddie Douglas-Savage across the line does a 12.301 and sets the new fastest time, fastest qualifier. Next out on track, we'll start our under-17 men sprint qualifying. And what a field, 19 under-17 riders. First out will be Ollie Urry from Balmoral. So Urry begins his wind-up, coming out of turn 3. Drops in. Into the sprinters lane. Starts the clock. Ollie Urry, this will be the time for everyone to try and match. Ollie Urry, first 100 metres, does that in about a 6.1. So Ollie Urry wanting to go low 12s here. It's down the front straight. He goes 12.813. Next up, an up-and-coming young man, the young sprinter, also from Balmoral, Flynn Jensen. He'll have his eyes on the prize today. Doing a bit of work with Bryson Fletcher in the Heed stable. We'll see what Flynn's got in store, but I'm expecting a fairly rapid time here, and it might stand up for a little while. So Jensen locks himself in down the back straight. He'll get the bell next time around. Comes up into turn 3. He'll get the bell. Out of the saddle as he goes into turn 4. There's the cry. Yep. Into the sprinters lane. Starts the clock. Jensen down the back straight. Wants to set a ripper time. Cross the 100-metre mark. That was about a 5.8. This will be a good one for Flynn Jensen. Into the home straight. Stops the clock, 11.967. He'll be happy with that. So Jensen with the new benchmark, 11.967. Next out on track, also from Balmoral, Henry Velasquez. As Henry rolls into the back straight, he'll start the clock. Next time around, 11.967 set by Jensen. Henry into the sprinters lane, starts the clock, heads out of turn 2, into the back straight. He's got some speed. Henry Velasquez, 6.3. So he's got to hustle now. Flynn Jensen with a good time. We knew it was coming. Velasquez stops the clock, 13.075. Max Edwards from Balmoral, he's our next man out on track. So Edwards going around a little bit quicker than everyone else for these wind-up laps. Pretty fast young man, so it'll be good to see what he's got today. You'll usually find him at Jets with a pocket full of Sour Patch lollies. So Bell this time around for Edwards. Gets out of the saddle in the entry to turn 4. Stays out of the saddle down the front straight. Drops into the sprinter's lane. Starts the clock. Edwards into the back straight. 100 metre mark. That looks like it was around about 6.1. Time to hustle for Max Edwards. As he pushes down, he goes to 12.558. Next out, all the way down from Bundaberg, Hunter Davis. So Hunter Davis comes round. Goes across the start-finish line. Next time around, he'll be hearing the bell. Time to beat remains with Flynn Jensen, 11.967. Go Hunter is the cry from the crowd as he hears the bell, gets out of the saddle. Into the sprinter's lane, starts the clock. Hunter Davis down the back straight. His legs look good as he comes across 100 metres. That was in about a 5.8. Davis around turn 4 into the home straight. What's he got? He goes low 12, second fastest time with a 12.411. So good time there from Hunter Davis. Next out on track from the Fraser Coast. And this young man's had a good hit out so far this weekend in the time trial and the IP, Bryn McDonald. Pretty new to track. We know how good he is on the road. He came and gave track a try late last year and continues to get better and better. So Bryn McDonald gets the bell out of the saddle as he comes out of turn 4. Drops into the sprinter's lane, starts the clock. McDonald from Fraser Coast. Down the back straight, he's got his head bopping. He's really trying, Bryn McDonald. That looked like it was a 5.7. This is rapid from Bryn McDonald as he comes down the front straight. He goes fastest with an 11.919. Very quick ride there from Bryn McDonald. We saw him do well in the Pro Velo Series down in Adelaide as well. I think he took the win in the under-17 crit. So he's got a pair of legs on him, Mr. McDonald. Next out on track from Hamilton Wheelers, and he set the benchmark for the IP for a long, long time. He was the first rider out yesterday, Harry Dowling. Just missed out on the finals. What's Harry got in store for us today? So new time to beat from Bryn McDonald, 11.919. Dowling out of the saddle, across the start finish line, drops into the sprinters lane, starts the clock. Dowling from Hamilton Wheelers, down the back straight, looks pretty sharp as he heads through. That looked like it was about a 5.8. This could be on time with Bryn McDonald as he comes down the front straight, stops the clock, 12.114. Third fastest. Out on track now. We missed him yesterday with the IP. Very cool young man from Hamilton Wheelers, Jacob Cork. So Cork down the back straight. He'll get the bell this time around. There it is, Cork out of the saddle. Tongue out. He's flying, Jacob Cork. He starts the clock. Looks like he wants this one today. Cork down the back straight. First 100. That was about a 5.9. He's on par with the rest of them. Cork down the front straight. Stops the clock. 12.127. It's only about 0.2 of a second between the top 4 or 5 as it stands. Next out on track, and boy did this young kid impress on Friday night with the TT. Archie Lutz, we haven't seen him at the velodrome for a while. Apparently he's been doing a bit of work down in Victoria. So it'll be interesting to see what Archie's got in store for us. So Lutz looks focused. So time remains with Bryn McDonald, 11.919. Gets out of the saddle very early, coming out of turn 3. Gets the bell, still out of the saddle. Look at him go, he looks like he's been training as a sprinter. Starts the clock, out of turn 2, down the back straight, trying to get nice and low. First 100, that was in about a 5.7. This could be a good one. Lutz, down the front straight, stops the clock, 12.031. Next out on track from the Tas Junior Cycling Foundation, Fletcher Mason. Had a good hit out on Friday night as well with the TT. We even had to present early on Friday night for the under-17 so the Tassies could get to the supermarket. Good to see them up here. So as Fletcher Mason starts his wind-up down the back straight. Time to beat, 11.919, set by Bryn McDonald. So Mason gets the bell. Seated acceleration. Into the sprinters lane, starts the clock. Fletcher Mason out of turn 2, down the back straight. Looks like he's going okay. That was about a 6.1. So he's got a lot of work to do in this front straight now for Mason as he comes across the line, a 12.353. So McDonald with a very good ride so far, very good qualifying, 11.919. Next out on track from UQ, Flynn Larkins took home the silver in the IP last night. I don't know how he's got the legs to even roll around today. He was cooked. He has told me though he's out to have a bit of fun today. A couple of years ago this would have been his serious day. So Larkins rolls around the top. He'll get the bell next time around. Bryn McDonald, time to beat, 11.919. The Fraser Coast kid flying. Go Boone, goes the call. Larkins around turn 3 and 4, gets out of the saddle, gets the bell, up nice and high on the track, still out of the saddle. Drops it in, starts the clock, heads around turn 2. Looking good down the back straight. First 100 metres, that looked like it was about a 5.8 as he comes around 3 and 4. Larkins into the home straight. He stops the clock. 11.898. He goes fastest. Where did that come from? He's forgotten he's a pursuiter. So Larkin sets the fastest time, 11.898. Next up, UQ stablemate, Harley Bradshaw. What a dude. So out on track now, Bradshaw. What an absolute dude this young man is. The Bradshaws moved up from Sydney a couple of years ago. We saw Milan have an absolute cracker last night to take out the under-19 sprint for the women. What's Harley got in store for us today? He gets the bell. Bradshaw down the front straight. Into the sprinters lane, starts the clock. Bradshaw from UQ. Down the back straight he goes. First 100 metres. That looked like it was pretty good to a 5.7, 5.8. Into the front straight. Bradshaw is rapid. Stops the clock at 12.350. Next out on track, also from Tasmania, Sid Natira. This kid has got a pair of legs on him. Went really well in the TT. Destroyed everybody in the IP yesterday. Be great to see what he's got left in the tank for the sprints today, but Sid Natira, definitely a great young up-and-coming rider for Australia and from Tasmania. So time to beat sits with Larkins, 11.898. Natira winds it up, gets the bell, comes into the front straight, got the bike wobbling underneath him, into the sprinters lane, starts the clock. Natira, geez, he looks fast down that back straight. Natira, first 100, that was about a 5.7. This could be the new time to beat. Natira into the front straight, stops the clock, he goes fastest, 11.814. Good time there from Sid Natira. Out on track next, a very rapid young man from the Gold Coast, Mr. Riley Dixon. He got the state champs for the IP yesterday. Be great to see what Riley's got in store for us today. So Dixon, as Riley Dixon rolls around the top, he'll get the bell this time around. Out of the saddle as he comes out of turn 4. What's he got left in the legs? Natira, Larkins and Dixon, all in the finals with OJ. What have they got left? Looks like they've got a lot. Dixon goes about a 5'8". He wants to get sub 12 as well. Dixon into the front straight. He goes fastest with 11.659. Incredible time. So all the boys that were in the final for the IP last night have come out absolutely firing this morning. So no pressure, Cam Franks, but you've got to go sub 12. The young man from Balmoral, a great young kid too, Cam Franks. Incredible bunch rider, great criterion rider. So Franks winds it up, gets the bell, gets out of the saddle. New time to beat, 11.659. Set by Dixon. Franks down the back straight. First 100 looks good. That was about a 5.7, 5.8. Franks got the speed across the line. Just misses out on a sub 12 with a 12.030. Good time. Out on track now, a kid you'd pay money to come and see sprint, Oscar Winchester. He's taken track by storm. Started in sort of April last year, having a bit of a crack at the track. And he's come out all pistols blazing. Did well in the Curans late last year. Quick times always, but time to beat now will be from Dixon at 11.659. What's Winchester got up his sleeves? Winds it up, Winchester out of the saddle on that beautiful hand-sling bike, starts the clock. Round turn 2, geez, he looks fast as he goes down the back straight. First 100, that was in a 5.5. Round turn 3 and 4, Winchester into the home straight. Stops the clock, new fastest time, 11.36. No messing around for the under 17 men today. Next out on track from the Hamilton Wheelers, Aidan Parslow. We're pretty used to hearing Neve Parslow's name all over summer from the Tour Down Under and Pro Velo. Let's see what Aidan's got in store for us today. It's been going pretty good at the Twilight Crits out at Nunda. Very good leg speed. Can't wait to see what he's got over 200. So time to beat by Mr. Winchester, 11.360. As Parslow heads down the back straight, he'll get the bell next time around. Starts to wind it up as he goes through 3 into 4. He'll hear the bell soon. He starts his wind up, gets out of the saddle, gets the bell, stays up nice and high, drops into the sprinters lane, starts the clock. Parslow, times are faster, you got to go in the 11s. Parslow, 100 metres, that was about a 5.8. He's got a chance. Parslow into the front straight, he stops the clock with a 12.192. Next out on track from Balmoral Cycling Club, the Juice, Oliver Jordan. He was in the IPs last night as well. He went home with a bronze. So Jordan begins his wind up. So time to beat sits with Dixon, 11.360. Will we see anyone go into the 10s? Oh, sorry. 11.360 for Winchester. As Jordan winds it up, starts the clock. OJ down the back straight, really pushing his time. 100 metre mark. That looked like it was about a 5.8. Out of turn 4, into the home straight. Oliver Jordan at 11.870. Speaking of dudes, here he is, Cruz Kemps, the man from Bundaberg. Turned up without his Allen keys this morning. Forgot to take his time trial bars off. But looks like he's on track. Mr. Morfitt coming to the rescue from the Gold Coast. Holly Kemps just shakes her head in disbelief. That's Cruz as he winds it up. Cruz Kemps from Bundaberg. What's he got in store? Time to beat Oscar Winchester, and what a ripper, 11.360. Here he goes, winds it up. Cruz Kemps. Across the start finish line, drops into the sprinters lane. This looks good, starts the clock. Kemps gets it under control, into the back straight. Look at those legs go. That's about a 5.6. This could be a good one. Kemps into the front straight. Cruz Kemps goes second fastest with 11.656. What a ride. So Winchester, I had some money on him. I don't remember who I put it with, but I hope it collects well. Oscar Winchester sets the fastest time, 11.360. And Kemps from Bundaberg, 11.656. They're your top two. Riley Dixon will be in third with 11.659. There'll be some good matchups there later on this morning. Next out on track, we'll have our under-19 3,000 metre IP pursuit qualifying. So first up for our under-19 individual pursuit qualifying. On the front straight will be Grace Hunter. On the back straight, April Paddy. So fastest times will go through the gold final. Third and fourth will go to the bronze final. We've just swapped DJs. We've got Aaron Liang on now, so God knows what we're about to get. I think one of his favourites is Vivaldi. Maybe Flight of the Valkyrie. And we're up and running with our under-19 women IP qualifying. On the front straight, Grace Hunter. From the rear, the back straight, April Paddy. April having a good hit last night in the sprints. So some big names coming up, but these will be the benchmarks. So after 500 metres, it's Grace Hunter with a slight lead, about 0.7 of a second over April Paddy. So Hunter looking pretty comfortable. 3,000 metres of this IP. Alex Quirk looks like she's enjoying the music. So Hunter still comes through 750 metres, extends that lead out to just over a second over April Paddy. Grace Hunter coming from a triathlon background, so this should be her bag. First year under 19. 1,000 metres done. Grace Hunter looking really good at the moment. She's about 3 seconds or 2.5 seconds up on April Paddy. Looking very comfortable out there, Grace Hunter, so 2,000 metres to go. Paddy looks pretty comfortable on her bike though, so this might pay dividends later. 7 laps to go for Hunter. 7 laps to go for Paddy. And Grace Hunter can almost see April Paddy in the same straight. I think this time around she may do. She can, so they're in the same straight now, halfway done. And Hunter, she has about 6 or 7 seconds over April Paddy. Can see her, that will be the carrot now for Grace Hunter. She'll be chasing down April Paddy as Grace gets 5 laps to go. Looking really sharp, Grace Hunter. This will be the time for everyone to chase. She gets told to wriggle it along. It's time to move. With 4.5 laps to go, she can see Paddy. She's only 15 metres ahead. This will be 2,000 metres done. 4 laps to go for Grace Hunter. 1,000 metres to go. As Hunter comes up on the rear wheel of Paddy, gets every inch of slipstream she can as she goes down the back straight, goes over the top of Paddy into 3 and 4. Hunter really starting to move now as she'll get 3 laps to go. 3.5 to go still for April Paddy as Hunter makes her way through. Paddy's picked up her pace just that little bit. 3,000 metres a long way. You can start to see the head wobble for Grace Hunter. She's got 2 laps, 500 metres to go. You can see how much pain she's in. This is the benchmark for all the other under-19 women. As they move down the back straight, Paddy's almost making back ground on Grace Hunter as she gets 2 laps to go. Hunter now, she'll get 1 lap to go. 250 metres for Hunter. 1.5 laps for Paddy. Grace Hunter really trying to push through the pain. Hunter down the back straight. 1 lap to go for April Paddy. Hunter half a lap. This will be the time to beat for everyone as Hunter comes into the front straight. This is the time to beat. Hunter stops the clock. 3:56.627. April Paddy brings it home. She stops the clock at a 4:07.816. So good ride there from Hunter. Next out on track, homegirl favourite Bella Potts. She'll be up against Lucy Johnston from Tasmania. Top two will go to the gold final. 3 and 4 will go to the bronze. There's some big names coming up. Monteith, Parslow, Moore. Elsie Apps here again as well. And the girls are out of the blocks. Good start there from Bella Potts. Lucy Johnston had a little bit of a wobble coming out, but she looks all right. So Potts, slight advantage as they go through the first half a lap. They'll be chasing Grace Hunter of 3:56 as Potts settles into her rhythm and she goes fastest for the first lap. Hard going out in the early stages. You don't have a benchmark. Grace Hunter went out, did a 3:56. Potts and Johnston now, that's what they want to chase down. And they go 1 and 2 after 500. So Johnston looks like she's found her rhythm. She's back very, very close to Potts. Nothing in it between these two girls. At 7:50, they still go 1 and 2. It's only about 0.2 of a second. So 3,000 metres, so they come up to the 1,000 metre mark. 4 laps down, 8 laps to go. It's still Potts just by 0.3 of a second in front of Johnston. Both better in Grace Hunter's time so far. Very, very close between the two riders. But after 1,250, it's still Potts. The lead goes out to about 0.4 of a second, so Potts has definitely lifted just that little bit. As we look to the 1,500 metre mark, the halfway, as we get a time, so it's still Potts gone fastest, and she's increased her lead out to about 0.8 of a second. With 6 laps to go, Potts really looks like she's found her rhythm. Johnston does look really good on the bike. Potts rock solid though, as she heads around 3 and 4. 1,750 metre mark, there's about 1 second between them. So we come around, we'll come up to 2,000 metres with 4 laps to go. This is where everything starts to hurt for our under-19 women. But Potts looks like she's extended her lead. It has, it's gone, no, it's come back slightly. It's down to 0.6 now. So Johnston is definitely coming back down to 0.2. So Johnston, she's left something in the tank for the last couple of laps. Nothing in at 0.01 of a second between them. With 2.5 laps to go. This will be an incredible finish. And I think Johnston is now on top. So Potts is really going to have to fire now. Johnston saved it all. 2 laps to go, and she's gone up by about 0.8 of a second. She's really swapped things around, Lucy Johnston. Johnston extending the lead now. She saved it all for the last 4 laps. As Potts goes into second, Johnston, she'll come round, gets the bell. Johnston by about nearly 2 seconds, I think. It is 2 seconds exactly. As Johnston goes down, half a lap to go. Half a lap to go now for Bella Potts. Lucy Johnston, she kept it under control. She'll finish the time and set the fastest time with a 3:45.814. Bella Potts, second fastest time so far of 3:49.774. So Lucy Johnston with the new fastest time, 3:45.814. Next out on track, we did have Sienna Monteith and Neve Parslow, but no gate on the back straight, so I think Parslow maybe not riding. Yeah, so Neve Parslow not doing the IP. So Sienna Monteith, she'll be chasing the time of Lucy Johnston, a 3:45.814. So Parslow out of the gates. Monteith. I was looking at Dave Parslow in the stands. So Sienna Monteith. Chasing down Lucy Johnston for the time of 3:45.814 for 3,000 metres. Monteith looks solid, so third fastest after 250 metres. We know how good Sienna is, holding her tempo. After 500 metres, Monteith, fourth fastest so far. I don't think that's too troubling at this stage of the game with 2.5 kilometres still to go. So after 750 metres, Monteith finds her way into third with a 59, so sub 1 minute for 3 laps. As Monteith rolls around 1 kilometre down, it's still in third. I think she'll be happy with the tempo so far. So Monteith through 1250 metres. So halfway mark this time around, 6 laps down, 6 laps to go, 1,500 metres. Monteith, we have a look at her time. Still sitting in third fastest at the moment behind Johnston and Potts. We know how fast Potts is. We saw how fast Johnston is. Has Sienna got anything in the tank to claw her way back? Got Bryson Fletcher up in the commentary booth. What an absolute legend of a gentleman. But head of Heed Performance Coaching, 4 laps to go for Monteith, 2,000 metres, still sits in third. He's had some incredible results over the weekend. Milan Bradshaw, part of his stable, winning last night. Maddie Douglas-Savage, she's on an absolute bender at the moment. So if you need some sprinting help, you know who to talk to, Mr. Fletcher. He's an all right guy as well. Come check him out on Sunday morning at UQ sessions. So as Monteith winds her way through, she'll come around with 2 laps to go. Still in third, so got to get a wriggle on in these last couple of laps for Monteith. She sits behind Johnston and Potts at the moment. Shows how well Johnston and Potts went. Final lap, she gets the bell. Monteith gets the wind up. She moves into second place though, so she has left something in the tank. Can she better the time of Lucy Johnston? Can she keep ahead of Bella Potts? Into the final couple of corners here now for Sienna Monteith. Comes across the line. She goes second fastest, just in front of Bella Potts. So Lucy Johnson still with that fastest time, a 3:45. Got 2 fast young ladies who will want to battle that one. On the front straight, Elsie Apps. She'll be up against our Queensland girl, Megan Moore. So time to beat still sits with Lucy Johnston, 3:45. Out of the gates they go. 3,000 metres, our final 2 riders for under 19 ladies. So first 250 metres done, fairly steady from Apps and Moore. So 500 metres, Apps goes fastest, so look at the speed on Elsie Apps as she goes down the back straight. We know how quick Megan Moore is. And Elsie Apps showing everyone a clean pair of heels at the moment. 750 metres done. Elsie Apps goes fastest. Megan Moore 4th. This is to book their place in to the gold final. Will it be an interstate affair with Apps and Johnston in the gold final? So Apps still fastest after 1,000 metres. Moore in 4th fastest, just after 1,000 metres. Not a lot in it for that 2nd, 3rd and 4th spot, but Apps is absolutely flying at the moment. Frank Chen Out on the clock for Elsie. At the halfway mark. As Elsie Apps comes through, 6 laps to go. Stays fastest. Megan Moore, she's moved up into second. You can see the time gap. It's opening between Apps and Moore, but Moore, you can see the speed actually coming in. So Megan Moore has definitely lifted now. First and second fastest still at the 17:50 mark. So here we go, there's nothing between them now. Moore's really come back. It's down to 0.4 of a second. So Apps, she went out hard. Moore coming back at her though. Nothing between them, 0.02 of a second between them. Megan Moore, she's gone to the front with 3 laps to go. So Megan Moore, she saved herself. Apps is fading. Moore's lifted. Moore out to a second now. As they come up to 2,500 metre mark, 2 laps to go. It's Moore well in charge, 1.6 seconds. Megan Moore, she has come from the depths. Elsie Apps was way in front. Megan Moore controlled herself. She's gone fastest of everyone so far. Alp still in second. Bell lap for Moore, bell lap for Apps now. As Megan Moore comes around, half a lap to go. She has turned herself inside out. Half a lap for Apps. Megan Moore into the back straight. She'll go fastest. 3:38.429. Elsie Apps still comes into second with a 3:43. So what a ride. So that'll also be our gold final. In the bronze final, we'll have Sienna Monteith and Lucy Johnston. Next out, we'll have our under-19 men. On the back straight, Rockhampton's favourite son, GT, Georgie Tucker. On the front straight, fairly new to cycling, but he's making some ground, Cale Bunsley. Dad Pascal looking on proudly. So I think both boys in year 12 this year. You forget in cycling that under 19 doesn't mean you're 18 and out of school. You're probably still in year 11 or 12. And we're out of the gates. Who did let the dogs out? Here come the big dogs. Cale Bunsley and GT, Georgie Tucker. These boys will set the time to beat for those coming up. And there's some big names coming up. Crossman, Schoff, Hillrich, McKenzie, Douglas Savage and Walters. We've coined a new phrase over the last couple of years to do a crossman. And it's Stark. That young man can fly when he's out solo. But Bunsley, after 500 metres, he's got the goods over Tucker by about 1.8 seconds. He looks comfortable. We'll see how he's feeling after 8 laps or so. Tucker looking good on his bike. The 750 metre mark. Bunsley extends his lead out to about 2.2. So these will be the benchmarks. Bunsley after the first 1,000, a 1:11, so a good time. He's about 2 seconds on top of George Tucker. Both boys looking really good on the bike. Bunsley's gone out to about 2.3. Tucker does look pretty comfortable as they'll come round. This will be the halfway mark for both riders. So halfway, and the gap has settled in. So it's down to about 1.7. So Tucker coming back at Bunsley. GT keeping a cool head. No collar for George Tucker either, he's just doing it off instinct. So they come round, they're definitely closer now for George Tucker. He's 0.8 of a second off Bunsley. So they come round, 4 laps to go, so they're 2,000 kilometres done, 2,000 metres done. And the gap now is just 0.4 of a second in favour of Bunsley. So Tucker has really come back. He's saved something for these last couple of laps as George Tucker. So Tucker, now he moves in front. He's got about half a second over Bunsley. So they'll come round, they'll have 500 metres to go this time round, and Tucker looks like he's getting faster. Bunsley's faded a lot. So Tucker really on top now. He's got 2 seconds in the space of about 2 laps over Bunsley. A lap and a half to go for Tucker. 1.5 to go for Bunsley. GT, he's flying over these last kilometre. He gets the bell, Tucker. 3:12. Bunsley gets the bell. He's about 4 seconds behind. So Tucker in this last kilometre has given it everything. No collar. He's just worked it out. Half a lap to go for Bunsley. Tucker from Rockhampton. This will be the new time to beat, a 3:29.780. Bunsley with the second fastest with a 3:33.925. Bear looking very proud of himself. He's put Tucker's daughter on. He's a man of very simple needs. Let him control the music and he's happy for the whole day. He's dressed up a bit today too. Smells nice. I don't know what happened, but it's a big change for Bear. Next out on the front straight, Mr. Felix Crossman. Geez, he's quick. On the other side, we haven't seen him for a while, but boy, this young man can fly. Oscar Schoff. He's headed over to Europe later on in the year. I think he spent some time there last year as well. So 3:29 the benchmark. As our riders are off, Crossman and Schoff. Time to beat by Tucker, 3:29. Schoff into his bars, as is Crossman. As they settle in to their rhythm, Schoff fastest, Crossman fourth. Schoff, absolutely the bit between the teeth. We saw how fast he was in under 17s. He loves an IP, loves climbing hills too. So the 500 metre mark, Schoff in first, Crossman fourth fastest. Crossman, he can maintain the rage for a long time. Schoff looks like he's really going after it this morning. 750 metres in 53 seconds. He's almost on the same straight as Crossman already. So the 1,000 metre mark, as Schoff comes into the back straight, he goes through with a 109, fastest time so far. Crossman across the line, third fastest. He started to pick up now with a 113. As Schoff goes across at the 1250 mark, as does Crossman. Next time around, they'll be halfway. Schoff looks solid as a rock on that pursuit bike. As Schoff comes through, halfway now, 6 down, 6 to go. Still first with a 141. Looking solid. Crossman, halfway, he's in third. So he's behind Tucker at the minute. He's got a bit of work to do. Schoff can see Crossman. They're riding in the same straight. 5 laps to go now for Crossman. He's moved himself into second though. Across the line they go. Schoff, 2,000 metre mark, still in front, 213. 2,000 metre mark for Crossman. He's still in second. You can see Crossman, he's lifted. He's starting to match Oscar Schoff's pace now. Schoff hasn't made a lot of ground in the last 2 laps. He's gained a little, but not as much as before. So next time around for Schoff, it'll be 2 laps to go. He's about 30, 40 metres behind Crossman. 2 laps to go now for Schoff. He's still in front. 2 laps to go for Crossman. He's still in second. Frank Chen giving him a big wind up for Crossman on the front straight. Schoff gets the bell on the back straight. This will be a sharp time for the boys to come up at. Gets the bell for Crossman. Schoff can see him. There's only about 20 metres between them. Schoff fastest. As he comes up, he'll set the fastest time at 3:18.702. And Crossman beats Tucker's time. He comes in at 3:25.348. So they're our fastest 2 so far. Up next on the back straight from Tassie, Caleb McKenzie. On the front straight, wearing that pretty fancy QAS kit, Sammy Hilditch. So time to beat for Hilditch and McKenzie, a 3:18.702. Don't forget, go and see Ian over at Padali on the concourse up by the entry to the velodrome and get your entries in for the next 2 rounds of Anime's track series and the Gold Coast Summer Crit Series. No one cares about crits during track season. So out of the gates well for both Hilditch and McKenzie. Time to beat, 3:18.702. 702. 702. 702. 702. 702. 702. 702. 702. 702. 702. 702. 702. 702. 702. 702. 702. 702. 702. 702. 702. 702. 702. 702. 702. 702. 702. 702. 702. 702. 702. 702. 702. 702. 702. 702. 702. 702. 702. 702. 702. 702. 702. 702. 702. 702. 702. 702. 702. 702. 702. 702. 702. 702. 702. 702. 702. 702. 702. 702. 702. 702. 702. 702. 702. 702. 702. 702. 702. 702. 702. 702. 702. 702. 702. 702. 702. 702. 702. 702. 702. 702. 702. 702. 702. 702. 702. 702. 702. 702. 702. 702. 702. 702. 702. Coming up after Hilditch and Mackenzie will be Walters and Douglas Savage. So Sammy Hilditch, he goes fastest over the first 250. It's going to have to be rapid to beat that time of Oscar Schoff. But Hilditch, he looks like he's on a bender the first 500. He goes fastest. He's making huge ground on Mackenzie. Has he gone out too early? We'll see in about 6 or 7 laps time. So Sammy trying to chase down the time of Will Holmes, I hear, around about a 3:08 or a 3:04. So after 1,000 metres, Hilditch still flying out there. So the 1250 metre mark, it's still Hilditch in one. Caleb Mackenzie's moved himself up into 3rd position, so he's maintained the pace now. This time around we'll be halfway. We'll see what Sammy's got in the tank. He's on a 1:39, still fastest so far. Mackenzie, he's halfway. He goes a 1:44, still in 3rd spot. So Sam Hilditch, 5 laps to go, still on the front. He can see Mackenzie now. You can see Hilditch is lifted. He had 2 laps there where he sort of kept even, and now he's lifted definitely again. Hilditch at the 2,000 metre mark. He goes at 2:10, so 1,000 metres to go. He's going to have to fly if he wants that 3:08 marker, but he ranges up on the back of Mackenzie. He saves some legs, Sam Hilditch. Hilditch with 3 to go, still on the front. Mackenzie still in 3rd. This is good timing. Hilditch gets the back wheel as he comes out of turn 2. Gets around him on the front, back straight. Drops back in the sprinters lane around turn 3 and 4. 2 laps to go. 2:41. Still in the front. Mackenzie still in 3rd. Hilditch absolutely flying these last couple of laps. He saved some juice in the middle. Now he's got something left for the end. Mackenzie trying to lift. He can see Hilditch in front of him. There's 1 lap to go for Hilditch. 2:56. I don't think he'll get that 3:08 mark this time around. Half a lap to go. 1 lap to go for Mackenzie. As Hilditch comes into the front straight, this will be the fastest time. Stops the clock at 3:11.678. Incredible time there from Sammy Hilditch. Mackenzie rolls in 3rd, 3:22.583. What a time from Hilditch, 3:11. That is motoring along. Up next from Balmoral Cycling Club, we'll have Zach Douglas Savage. From Hamilton Wheelers, Lockie Walters. As Douglas Savage and Walters get out of the gates, time to beat. Sammy Hilditch, 3:11. So Sam Hilditch absolutely motored. What's Douglas Savage and Walters got installed? Douglas Savage goes fastest overall. Walters 5th over the first lap. We know how good Walters can be. We saw him down at the Austral 2 years ago. That was an incredible ride. So Walters now after 500, he goes fastest. Douglas Savage still sits around that 0.7, 0.8 mark, but Douglas Savage, he's dropped behind Hilditch now. Walters maintains fastest so far. As we come up towards the 2,000 metre mark with 4 laps to go. Walters still fastest. Douglas Savage 3rd fastest. So there's about 1.5 seconds between them now. Walters extends the gap. He has a quick glance across the track. 3 laps to go. Walters still in the front. Douglas Savage still in 3rd. He's really getting pushed. Walters coming around. He'll get 2 laps to go. 500 metres now for Walters. Can he get that 3:08? 2 laps to go for Douglas Savage. He's in 3rd. 2 seconds between them. 1.5 to go for Walters. 1.5 to go for Savage. He gets the bell this time round. Lockie Walters. He falls to 2nd. So Hilditch. This is where he saved his legs. Hilditch in those last 2 laps. Walters has fallen behind. Douglas Savage still in 3rd. Can Walters come back at Hilditch? I don't think he can. Hilditch, he sets the fastest time. Walters 2nd with a 3:13 and a 3:16 for Douglas Savage. We saw Hilditch have that couple of laps, 2 laps of just maintaining the pace in the middle. I think that might have just saved his legs. Incredible IPs. 3:11 for Hilditch, 3:13 for Walters, 3:16 for Douglas Savage. I think the next one will be Oscar Schoff. He'll find his way into the bronze final. Next up, the first of our sprint matchups for our under-17. Good to see the Davis boys down from Bundy. So straight up sprint matchup. First will go through to the quarterfinal. Second will go through to the ride-off. Bear is definitely back in the building with the Pink Panther music. So Davis, he's decided to go out on a charge with 2 laps to go. He's gone early. Winchester stalks him down. Look at Oscar Winchester, settles in, jumps back on the wheel. He's not going to go around. Doesn't want to give Davis the draft as they go through with 1.5 to go. Davis sits up. Gave it a crack, reset. They'll get the bell this time around. Davis goes again. Winchester out of the saddle. Davis just trying to rattle Winchester. Winchester, as Davis comes out of the sprinters lane, moves him up. Holy smoke, Winchester comes around the outside. Winchester will take the win. The warning lights are, the warning sirens are appropriate. A warning for Hunter Davis leaving the sprinters lane in the sprint. So this will be a warning against Hunter Davis. Good win there from Oscar Winchester. He'll go through to the quarters. Next up, Cruz Kemps, and I think that's Fletcher Mason. So Winchester on his way through the quarterfinal. Kemp's our second fastest qualifier. Can he get the better of Mason? Or Mason make his way through to the quarterfinal? Great to see the Taz guys here this weekend, the guys and girls. As Cruz Kemp slows things right down on the back straight, Fletcher Mason happy to take second wheel. Adam is known as the front runner's track, but if you can get up on the hip outside of turn 4, you can get that roll down the hill. Now Mason decides to go early with 2 laps to go. He catches Kemp's a bit unaware. Kemp's rolling the back of his bike all over the place to get back on terms. Fletcher Mason though, he's got the pace as they come through. So Kemp's with a lot of work to do as they start their sprint into the final lap around the outside. Kemp's around the outside of Fletcher Mason. Kemp's with the head down, he goes over the top. Kemp's will roll home with this one. He'll go through to the quarterfinal. Good move there from Mason. He got Kemp's napping a little bit. Next up, it'll be Riley Dixon up against Harley Bradshaw. So Dixon, our third fastest qualifier. Go Harley, that's the cry. Riley Dixon shrugs it all off. So boys roll off. So I see Simon Dixon, the Summer Crit Series by the Gold Coast. It will have under 15 racing. Under 17 will be graded. But boo-hoo to the Gold Coast, no junior racing. Don't know what they're doing down there at the Gold Coast. As Bradshaw slips under Dixon. Dixon was a bit unaware of what was going on there. Bradshaw caught him napping. Dixon looking up at the Badali stand maybe. Checking out one of those jerseys he wants to go and get later on. As they go shoulder to shoulder and hip to hip. Around 1 and 2. Harley Bradshaw from a BMX background, so he doesn't mind the close quarters of a sprint matchup. Did really well in the state elimination champs late last year. Dixon trying to just back out a little bit, get behind Bradshaw. Can't do it as they roll down. Bradshaw, he's kept him hanging up there, but Dixon goes over the top, down the back straight, opens up the afterburners into 3 and 4. Bradshaw sits up, hands it over to Dixon. Pushed him all the way, good work from Harley. Next up, Sid Natira up against Aidan Parslow. So Sid Natira, our 4th fastest qualifier. Tore them to shreds in the IP last night. So Natira will lead this one out. Pazzo's going to go high straight away. So roll down the back straight. Pazzo happy for Natira to stay on the front, but Pazzo wants to stay up the top. They roll around with 2 laps to go. Can Parslow catch Natira by surprise? So they come to almost a standstill on the front straight. Very coy between Natira and Parslow. As Parslow again climbs to the top of the boards. Natira, he's been around that duck board the whole time. With 1.5 to go. As Natira slows down Parslow one more time down the back straight. Parslow's going to have to show some cunning here to outsmart Natira as Natira starts to wind things up. Has he got a gap? Just a little one over Parslow. Natira opens up. Look at Parslow come at him though. Gets into the slipstream. Timed perfectly. Out of turn 2. Down the back straight. Look at Parslow go as they go into 3 and 4. This is a great battle to the line. Coming down the front straight. Parslow gets there. The home crowd loves that one. Aidan Parslow, he's through the quarters. Next up, it'll be Jacob Cork up against Oliver Jordan. So the Juice lines up next to Jacob Cork. Bit shaky by Jacob off the line. Right, as we reset, I think Jacob needs to point his handlebars down the track rather than up. That might help a little bit. Anyway, we're off and running. Just saw Aiden Parslow out sprint Sid Natira, so Parslow through the quarters. Natira will go to the right off. Cutthroat. So Jordan, our 5th fastest qualifier. As Jordan has started the sprint early. So head down the front straight. Cork is onto his back wheel. So head down the back straight. Cork trying to get on terms with Jordan. Drops out of the slipstream, tries to go around. As they go around 3 and 4, Cork has to get back into the sprinters lane. Into the front straight. Jordan will take the win. Next up, Flynn Larkins and Harry Dowling. So Larkins qualified 6th fastest, Dowling 11th. So as Dowling rolls down, Larkins gets onto his wheel. Bit of dancing going around between Dowling and Larkins. So head down the front straight with 2 laps to go. Dowling over his right shoulder. Flynn throws a dummy, gets Dowling down. Dowling opens up the sprint from a lap and a half to go. Larkins sits in his wheel. So head around 3 and 4. They'll get the bell this time around. Larkins settle on the wheel. Now he starts to open it up. Dowling's opened up as well. So head down the back straight. Hip to hip, side to side. Larkins around the outside of Dowling as they go around 3 and 4. Dowling pushing him, but Larkins will take the win over Dowling. So Larkins through the quarters, Dowling will go to the right off. Next up, 2 young men that have impressed me greatly over the last couple of days, Archie Lights and Bryn McDonald. Lutz we haven't seen for a long time here at Adamier's Velodrome, and he came out like a firecracker on Friday night for the time trial. Bryn McDonald, we know him from the road, and he has hit track like a superstar. He goes fast and hasn't disappointed. So let's see what Lutz and McDonald have got up their sleeves for this one. As Lutz leads this one out. So Lutz on the front. As Bryn McDonald slips in underneath. So Bryn getting control of this sprint matchup. So roll around with a lap and a half to go. One of these will join the rest of the boys in the quarterfinal as McDonald opens up the sprint from about a lap and a half. Archie Lutz with a lot to do. McDonald gets back out of the saddle. Around turn one, around turn two. Lutz has got a lot of work to do down the back straight. Look at that leg speed though. Lutz is coming back at him. Lutz coming back at McDonald. But I think McDonald's got this one. He does. Bryn McDonald. So McDonald joins Larkins, Jordan, Parslow, Dixon, Kemps and Winchester in the quarters. We've got one more matchup. The Balmoral Buddies. Flynn Jensen and Cam Franks. 8 versus 9. They were very close in their times. I think there was only about 0.2 of a second between them. This could be a ripper. So Franks will lead this one out. Camo looking sharp. Got the legs today, got the smile. He's ready to rock and roll. Jensen, as serious as a button. Go Flynn, goes the cry from Dot. I think it was Dot. As the boys nearly come together up on the back straight. Can't come to a track stand before halfway. Franks has decided he might go early. He's going to try and put Jensen under pressure over 2.5 laps. So Franks goes. Jensen, he's going to have to really motor. That gap opens up to Franks. Can Jensen come back? Franks has a look behind him. Jensen's going to have to come hard as they go into 3 and 4. The gap's still about 5 metres into the front straight. Franks got the head down. Jensen coming back. Franks has another look under the elbow. Comes out of the sprinters lane. Jensen goes around the outside. Jensen goes around the outside. Franks, he hasn't given up yet, but now he sits up. Jensen will go through. Good tactic from Cam Franks. He tried to make Jensen really work for it, and he had to. So through to the quarters for our under 17 men. Winchester, Kemps, Dixon, Parslow, Jordan, Larkins, McDonald and Jensen. As we head into our elite women pursuit qualifying. And first out on track to set a time, it'll be Eden Sealy-Cunnington. $4,000 metres, first and second will go to the gold final, the third will take home bronze. Good ride there from Franks. Shakes his head though, he's not happy. All right, looks like we've got some gates under control. Ian Jones, where were you, mate? Should put the Rocky music on for Ian Jones. He's got his singlet on. All right, so Steve Potts and Ian Jones get the gates out. Here she comes, Eden Straubs, Sealy-Cunnington. She's going to set the time for our elite women 4,000 metre IP qualifying. And we're underway. Eden Sealy-Cunnington. She's off. This will be the time, the benchmark for our elite women. So Sealy-Cunnington being called by Zane Cunnington. Zane doing some great things with the junior riders, the under 11s and 13s, getting them out on social rides on a Sunday. So as Eden comes around, she'll be 3 laps down. Across the line, so she goes 1 minute flat. Sealy-Cunnington gets the call to go up. So 4 laps down, 12 laps to go at the 1,000 metre mark. That's a 1:18. Coming out next, some big guns, Armely Sanders and Megan Russell. So 11 laps to go now for Sealy-Cunnington. So 10 laps now to go for Eden at the 1,500 metre mark. That's a 1:57. Tough gig to be the first one out there and to be racing just the clock. Next time around, we'll be at the halfway of the 2,000 metre mark. Cunnington looks like she was just struggling along that back straight a little bit then. But the halfway mark, 8 laps to go. 2:38 for the 2,000, halfway there. So you can hear the cry from the infield, go Eden. Zane continues the call up. Next time round, this will be the 2,500 metre mark, 6 laps to go. This is where it really starts to hurt for our elite women. 3:18. Pushing down that back straight, Sealy-Cunnington. So third fastest will get the bronze medal. First and second will go through to the gold final. So this is still the time to beat. Next time around we'll have 3,000 metres, just 1,000 to go, 4 more laps for Eden Sealy-Cunnington. She comes across the line so far at a 3:57 for her 3,000. You can see how much this is starting to hurt Sealy-Cunnington. Three laps to go now for Eden. Next time round she'll get 2 laps to go. 14 laps down. That's tough. 500 metres now for Sealy-Cunnington, 4:37. She comes round, she'll get the bell this time round, Sealy-Cunnington. This will be the benchmark for all the beat, 4:57. The cry goes out, just go. Larkins on the other side of the track. He's yelling out for Sealy Cunnington. Those two ride together a fair bit. She heads around 3 and 4. Sealy Cunnington comes down to the line. This will be the benchmark. 5:16, 6:38. Next day on track for our elite women, IP qualifying, Armley Sanders from the Gold Coast. She'll be up against Megan Russell from the Darling Downs. Armley, incredible down in Adelaide recently. Bear and Armley apparently have their own language. As we move on to our second heat of the elite women, and you know you've got a superstar in your midst with Armley Sanders. When the crowd's on the concourse, everyone starts to sit up and pay attention. Armley Sanders, absolute blistering performances as she turns her attention to road and track, but doing particularly well on the road. Always done well at the track. So first and second fastest through the first lap and a half. So we'll get our split for the 750 metre mark. Sanders looks like she's just up at the moment. She is by about 0.3 of a second. So not much in it between Sanders and Russell. Sanders just starting to open it out now. That goes out to about 0.9. That was at the 1,000 metre mark. As we come up towards our 1,500 metre mark, Armley Sanders has really opened up the gas now. She goes to 1:49 and fastest. Megan Russell still seating second fastest. Sanders nearly in the same straight as Russell. They were neck and neck for the first couple. Evie Rose, Henderson Cunnington yelling out for Armley. As we come around to the halfway mark for Armley Sanders. So Russell still in second, Sanders a 2:25, she's flying at the halfway point. Megan Russell still in second at the 2,000 metre mark. As the girls roll around, they're still aiming for that time of 5:16 set by Eden Sealy Cunnington. Sanders really finding form though now. She's only about 30 or 35 metres behind Russell. They're definitely in the same straight now. 6 laps to go for Emily Sanders. This is to go to the gold medal right off. So Sanders ranging up on the back of Russell now as they head down the front straight. Next time around, Sanders will only have 1,000 metres to go as she goes around Russell, around turn 1 and 2. So Sanders, she'll get 4 laps to go this time around, 1,000 metres to go. Still with the front time, 3:35. So she'll go sub 5 minutes. I think Russell will as well. She gets 4 laps to go now. Three laps to go to Sanders. So it looks like these two might be in for the gold final. This time round, 2 laps to go for Emily Sanders, 500 metres. Good time so far of 4:11. So Sanders around turn 3 and 4, she comes into the front straight. She'll get the bell this time around. So there it is, 1.5 still to go for Russell. So Sanders, definitely with the fastest time, she'll be going through the gold final. There's the 1 lap to go for Russell. She wants to book her spot. She's got about 30 seconds to beat Eden Sealy-Cunnington. I think she'll get there and do that. So Sanders with a 4:47. A 4:47, 3:39 to qualify fastest. Russell with a 4:58, 7:08. So we'll see those two out again on the boards later on this afternoon for their gold final. Up next we go to our elite men IP qualifying, and Cam Tipple. He'll be our first one out. So Tipple will be our first elite man out, 4,000 metre IP qualifying. As Tipple heads off. So it's Cam Tipple at the 500 metre mark, 44 seconds. This will be the time for everyone to beat. Looks pretty solid out there, Cam Tipple. Not a lot of movement as he heads around. His first 1,000 metres, so 4 laps down, 12 to go. 1:19 for his first 1,000. Got a bit coming up later on as well, our under 15 sprint quarterfinals, as well as our under 17 men quarterfinals. And we've got some Masters sprint qualifying. So the 1,500 metre mark, Cam Tipple through in about a 1:54. Very hot day here at Enemies Velodrome. Lots of riders trying to get out of the heat and find some relief somewhere. Just come around halfway, Cam Tipple, 2,000 metre mark. He goes through in a 2:30. Tough gig for the IP when you're out there. First one out, you've got no benchmark, you just have to go for it. She comes round next time, 6 laps to go. Milan Bradshaw, she's here today. She's the sprint winner from yesterday. Don't be embarrassed, you're a superstar. She's embarrassed though anyway. Mission accomplished. As Cam Tipple comes through. 5 laps to go. 1,250 metres of Enemies Velodrome. Don't forget to check out Pedali up on the concourse. Heaps of gear up there. Saw a few coming out with goods yesterday. 1,000 metres to go for Cam Tipple. And quality gear. If you haven't been up there, go and have a chat with Ian up at Pedali. Does a lot with the Blackline series as well. So 3 to go for Cam Tipple. Time to bring it home. This is where it really starts to hurt. Two to go now. 500 metres for Cam Tipple. This is where the rest will be chasing. Joey Black, Tom Waits, Hayden Smith, Toby Jones, Jonas Shelverton and Noah Blannon. Here he comes, Cam Tipple. Gets the bell, 1 lap to go. Go, go, go is the cry. And Cam Tipple is doing whatever his legs can do at this stage of the game. So Tipple across the line, stops the clock in a 4:52.598. So next out on track, Joey Black, Tom Waits. Joey Black from Bundy, one of the nicest blokes you'll ever meet. So Joey Black on the front straight, he's in the black kit on that beautiful Argon bike. Off the back straight in the QAS kit, Tom Waits. Geez, he's fast. We've seen him a fair bit here at Anameers. Had a chat with Joey Black a few weeks ago. He usually does Movember, raising funds for cancer awareness. But he also used to race go-karts with Oscar Piastri. Somehow he's found himself here on a Sunday afternoon and Oscar Piastri's living in Monaco. Different worlds. So Black comes through, 2 laps down. Waits does the fastest time so far. Joey Black, second fastest time. Tom Waits, looks like he's on rails out there this morning. He's flying along. They're all chasing the time of Cam Tipple. So Frank Chen out there again doing the calling for Joey Black. At the 1,000 metre mark, it's still Tom Waits. And he's flying, he's got himself into the same straight as Joey Black now. So Tom Waits, he's on a bender. He wants to try and set a time that Hayden Smith, Jones, Sheldon and Blannon can't match. So Black down the front straight, 12.50. Tom Waits, it's only about 25 metres behind him now as Waits goes through. At the 1,500 metre mark, a 1:41. Geez, and he's caught Joey Black at a rapid pace. Down the front straight, over and around he goes. Tom Waits over the top, Joey Black still with the second fastest time so far. But 17.50, it's 1:56 for Tom, he's flying. Waits comes around, this will be the halfway mark, 2,000 metres. So 2:12 for Tom Waits, he's flying, he'll be low 4s for the 4,000. As Joey Black, he comes through. His 2,000 is 2:24, so that's looking pretty good too. Pretty sharp for like a 4:50. Tom Waits though, on a different planet at the moment. He's gone around Joey Black and he's got about half a lap over the top. He might come around him again. So Waits through at 2.5 kilometres. Not moving a muscle, he is rock solid as he heads down the back straight. Next time around, he'll get 4 laps to go, 1 kilometre, as he's back in the same straight as Joey Black. That tells you how fast Tom Waits is going. Joey Black is still second fastest, but Tom Waits is absolutely flying at the 3,000 metre mark. Round he comes on the front straight. He goes around Joey Black one more time through 1 and 2. Joey Black must be wondering what's happened. 3:29 at the 3:250 mark. Next time around, he'll get 2 laps to go. Joey Black, he gets the 3,000 metres. He's still in second on a 3:39. 2 laps to go for Tom Waits. 3:45. These will be very low 4s for the 4,000 metres. So Tom Waits comes through. He'll get the bell this time around. There it is, he's just clocked over 4 minutes and 1 second. So he'll go maybe a 4:18, 4:19. As Joey Black comes through, he'll get 2 laps to go shortly. As we all look at Waits, he comes across the line flying, he goes 4:17, 1:67. That's incredible. As Joey Black comes around, he'll get the bell this time around. So Black, he's dropped back to third, so he's got a bit of work to do. He's really faded in that last 2 laps. Joey Black with a bit of work to get over the top of Cam Tipple. 4:52 is the time. He's going to miss that one. As Joey Black comes into the front straight, he stops the clock. Sub 5 with a 4:56, 5:45. So Tom Waits on an absolute bender, 4:17. Next out, Rowan Hayden-Smith and Toby Jones. We know how fast those boys are. What can they do? Off we go for Rowan Hayden-Smith and Toby Jones. Toby Jones from the back straight. Number 15, Rowan Hayden-Smith from the front. Both wearing the QAS kit, both wearing white helmets. Let's see how we go. They'll be looking to chase down the time of Tom Waits, 4:17. Toby Jones over the first 250. He's gone fastest. Rowan Hayden-Smith second. We'll see how those times hold up over the next 3,500 metres. But they're still 1 and 2 at the 500 metre mark. So Jones, rock steady. Hayden-Smith drops back to third, so he's just dropped behind Tom Waits. Toby Jones just in front. There's nothing between them either. It's only 0.4 of a second. Closer and closer they come together. It's still 0.4. So Tom Waits in there in the middle somewhere. So they go first and third fastest through 11:25. Remains the same. The gap's only 0.2 of a second. So Toby Jones dropped back to second, so Tom Waits was absolutely flying. Maybe Toby's trying to save something for later on. Hayden-Smith now to the front at the 1,500 metre mark. He's second behind Tom Waits. Nothing between Hayden-Smith, Toby Jones and Tom Waits. They're all within about 0.2 of a second of each other at this point at the 1750 mark. Next time they come around, we'll be halfway. 8 laps to go. As we look at the times, nothing between them, but it's Hayden-Smith, 0.1 of a second in front of Toby Jones. Tom Waits in front of both of them. As our riders roll around. So Toby Jones, he's gone back to the front now. Still behind Tom Waits' time, so Toby had a few laps where he maybe just let off the gas a little bit. There's still nothing between them, 0.2. So Jones still in front, extends out to 0.4 of a second. Second and third still. Next time around, we'll see the 3,000 metre mark. We'll see what their times are like. So Jones at 3,000 metre mark in second. Hayden-Smith in third. So the boys are flying. You can see how fast Tom Waits was. Time to beat, 4:17. That's the benchmark. That's what the boys will be going for. 3 laps to go now for Hayden Smith. Next time around, they'll get 2 to go. Second and third still for Jones and Hayden Smith. 2 laps to go now for Jones. Still in second. A lot of work to do before they catch Tom Waits. I think he'll hold on. So Jones, this time round, he'll get the bell. 4:17 the time. So Jones is going to have to do this last one in 15 seconds. I'm not sure he can. Tom Waits in a good spot. Hayden Smith still in third. Jones pushing, trying to meet that 4:17. As that clicks by, he'll go into second. As Hayden Smith comes across the line. Does it a 4:24? I think it was about a 4:18 or a 4:19 for Jones. So 4:18, 4:3 for Toby Jones. And a 4:24, 3:67 for Rowan Hayden Smith. Our final qualifiers coming up from the Hobart Wheelers, Jonas Shelverton. And from the Gold Coast, Noah Blannon. So here we go, Noah Blannon and Jonas Shelverton. Time to beat still stands by Tom Waits, 4:17. Next in line, Toby Jones, a 4:18. So nothing in it between these big boys of the elite men. At the 250 metre mark, Blannon goes fastest, Shelverton goes second fastest. See Noah Blannon ride down at the 100 lapper down the Gold Coast. He's got some speed. So still 1 and 2 as they move along. Blannon and Shelverton, not a lot between them. It's about, or maybe it's 2 seconds now. So Noah Blannon on a bender as they've gone through the 1,000 metre mark. Yeah, it's 2 seconds that Noah Blannon's got over Shelverton. They're still 1 and 2 at this stage. So they're aiming for that time of Tom Waits, a 4:17. Next up, we're going to have our under 15 women quarterfinals for the sprints. So still 1 and 2 at the 1,500 metre mark. Noah Blannon just extending his lead out over Shelverton. So Shelverton has dropped to third. So Tom Waits sitting in second at the minute. Shelverton, he's really dropped some time. He's dropped down to fifth now at the 1,750 mark. Hopefully this is just a period where he's resting his legs and he comes back flying in the second half. At 2,000 metres though, it's Noah Blannon still with a lead with a 2:08. This will be close. That's sitting on a 4:16 sort of time. So very close to Tom Waits' mark. So Shelverton is about 5 seconds down now, as Blannon comes through. 2,500 metres. Still in the number one spot. Not far off where Tom Waits was. As he starts to make ground on Shelverton. They're in the same straight, so Noah Blannon, he gets the incentive here as he rolls up on the back straight. Catches him midway through 3 and 4. Blannon goes around the outside of Shelverton. Next time around for Blannon, he'll get 4 laps to go. 3,000 metres done. Blannon still holds first. Boy, this is going to be close. So now, 3,000 metres. So Jonas Shelverton, he's dropped back to 5th. So he's finding himself in a world of hurt at the moment. Will this be a Tom Waits and Noah Blannon final? Blannon still fastest. It's going to be close between himself and Tom Waits. 2 laps to go, 3:39. Two laps to go now for Shelverton. Still sits in 5th. So Waits gets Blannon gets the bell at 3:55. He'll romp this one in now. He will take the fastest time. He'll be going to the gold final with Tom Waits. Now the bell for Shelverton. Blannon stops the clock at 4:10. Goes fastest by 7 seconds. Shelverton comes across the line. He stops the clock with a 4:25, 1:36. So through the gold final, that'll be Tom Waits and Noah Blannon. And matching up again for the silver, it'll be Rowan Hayden-Smith and Toby Jones. For the bronze, sorry. Next up, our under-15 women's quarter-final. Winners will go to the semi. The remainder will go in the ride-off. So our fastest qualifiers, Adele Dixon and Matilda Kemps, they'll get a bye. They get a free ride through to the semis. First up, it'll be G, Georgia Dowling, up against Bo Morfitt. So Bo Morfitt will lead this one out. So Bo Morfitt leading this one out. So this is to go straight through to the semi. Winner straight through. Second rider, they'll go through to the ride-off. Dixon and Kemps, they got a free ride through to the semis. They earned it, qualifying 1 and 2. Morfitt Morfitt looking straight ahead, drops back into the sprinters lane where Dowling was. Does it again, so Morfitt drops back in on Dowling as they come around turn 3 and 4. So they get the bell, Morfitt goes, Dowling goes. Morfitt out of the saddle, Dowling hasn't got the answer at this stage. She stays seated as Morfitt accelerates away. So Morfitt will come out with the win. Next up it'll be the Gold Coast girls, Bradshaw and DeGiorgio. So Bradshaw will lead this one out. So high pace as DeGiorgio stays on the hip of Bradshaw. So head down the back straight. Bradshaw in control. So come into the front straight now. So Bradshaw keeping a good eye on DeGiorgio. Down the back straight. Bradshaw keeping DeGiorgio up high. DeGiorgio looked like she wanted to try and get in underneath Bradshaw there just wasn't enough room. There's the bell. Bradshaw opens up. DeGiorgio straight onto her wheel. DeGiorgio tries to go around the outside on the corner. Down the back straight. DeGiorgio really pumping along. The Gold Coast is going at it. Bradshaw gets out of the saddle as they come around 3 and 4. Bradshaw with the elbows out of the saddle. Winter Bradshaw just holds off Hannah DeGiorgio. So a bit of an update, Noah Blannon's time of 4:10.737. Looks like that's a new state record held by his coach, previously Jordan Kirby. So well done to Noah Blannon. 4:10, incredible time. Next up, our quarterfinal for our men's sprint. So winner to the semi-final. The remainder to the right off. This will be the big one. Oscar Winchester, our fastest qualifier, up against Jensen. So this is the battle. Flynn Jensen doing a lot of sprint training. Oscar Winchester deciding not so long ago he wanted to focus on the sprint. And so far, he's doing pretty good at it. Fastest time in qualifying. So down the back straight. Big welcome to Ian Jones. Into the live stream as Flynn Jensen slips in underneath Oscar Winchester. Winchester out of the saddle, chases down Jensen into 1 and 2. Winchester comes out of the slipstream, round the outside. Geez, Oscar Winchester's got some leg speed as he goes around the outside, around 3 and 4. Winchester into the front straight. They both sit up. Winchester with a good win over Jensen. Next up, Cruz Kemps. He'll be up against Bryn McDonald. So Kemps will lead this one out. Our regional riders, Kemps from Bundy, McDonald from the Fraser Coast. Kemps has been a fixture around for a little while. Bryn McDonald, new to track cycling. He's been on road for a long time. So this will be the winner. Will go through the semi-final. The other will join Flynn Jensen in the ride-off. So as under 17 men get down to the business end of this sprint. So as they both open up, Bryn McDonald leads out Cruz Kemps down the front straight. McDonald still out of the saddle. Kemps glued to his wheel as he comes around the outside, down the back straight. They're side by side. Kemps has got a lot of work to do here. McDonald comes down the sprinters lane. That could be bad as they come to the line. McDonald gets the win. So relegation for Bryn McDonald. He came out of the sprinters lane. So Cruz Kemps will go through to the semi-final. Bryn through to the ride-off. Can't come out of that sprinters lane once you're in. Well, you can if there's no one there on top of you. So next up, Riley Dixon and Flynn Larkins. So the gold and silver medal winners from the IP last night matching up in the sprint. We saw this match up a couple of years ago when they were under 15s. Riley went from the gun, trying something absolutely different. Turned around, saw Flynn there and sat up. Flynn going through. I think Flynn got the silver medal that year in under 15s. But Dixon and Larkin's been riding together for a long time. Did the Maddo together late last year. So they roll through, 2 laps to go. Hip to hip as they go around 1 and 2. Looks like they're on a Sunday group ride. Up Beachmont as Dixon opens up. Side by side down the front straight. Just over the top, Dixon comes back on the inside. A lot of work to do. Still side by side as they go down the back straight. Dixon just with the advantage. Larkin's going to have to come back hard. Dixon will take the win. Good ride there from Riley Dixon. So Dixon will go through to the semis. Larkins will go through to the ride-off. Our final quarter-final will be Oliver Jordan and Aidan Parslow. Parslow, the giant killer. So Parslow will lead this one out. Good ride there from Dixon. As Parslow goes back to the top of the boards, we saw him use this tactic against Natira, paid dividends. As Jordan looks up the boards, I think that took him by surprise a little bit. As they almost come to a stop. Can't do that before the halfway mark. So now reset for the tactics. Jordan, he's going to open up early. Up the tempo just that little bit. This will suit Ollie Jordan. He's very good at seated accelerations at high speed. Parslow jumps straight onto his wheel. Jordan opens up. Parslow responds immediately, straight onto his back wheel. Jordan heads up. Parslow follows. Did not break the slipstream. Down the back straight. Now Parslow comes. Look at those legs go. Into 3 and 4. Jordan just with the advantage. I think Jordan might hold on. He will. Jordan will go through to the semi. So through to the semi, Winchester, Kemps, Dixon and Jordan. Into the ride-off for 5, 6, 7 and 8 will be Jensen, McDonald, Larkins and Parslow. So next out, our sprint qualifying for the Masters women. The first will go straight through the gold final, the rest will go to the semis. All right, on to our Masters Women. So it's Jessica Laws. Starts her wind up with 2 laps to go. So Laws comes around, she'll get the bell this time. She gets out of the saddle. Into the front straight. Starts the clock. Jessica Laws from the Viking Cycling Club. Down the back straight. Goes across the 100-metre line. That looks like it was about a 6.7. Into the front straight. Jessica Laws sets a time, a 13.184. So fastest will go straight through to the gold final. The other two will have a best of 3 matchup. So out on track now, Sandra Stoy. So Sandra was in the elite women yesterday as well. So now in Masters today, her cup of tea, a weekend of sprinting. Here we go. So Sandra Stoy looking to beat the time of 13.184. Gets down nice and low, down the back straight, towards the 100-metre mark. Stoy, they look like it was about a 5.8, so this will be a good time from Sandra Stoy. Just outside the 11, she does a 12.110. Next out on track, Julie Barnett from UQ, Sandra Stoy's teammate. While here, don't forget to go and check out Ian over at Pedali. Check out all the gear they've got going on over there. If you're not an Animeers, make sure you check out their website. Plenty of good gear. So Julie Barnett trying to beat the time of 12.110 set by Sandra Stoy. Fastest time will go through to the final. As Jules winds it up. Stays up nice and high, drops in. Out of turn 1, starts the clock. Into the back straight, got a bit of a wobble coming out of turn 2. Across the 100-metre mark. That was about a 6, so she's got a lot to do to beat Sandra Stoy at this point. Coming down the front straight, she goes 12.322. So Stoy will go straight through to the gold final. Next out, our men's Masters 10. They'll set the time, but they'll go straight to the gold final. And out on track first will be James Meredith. So Meredith comes around, he gets the bell. This is the setup time. It'll be Meredith and Ham go through to the gold ride-off. Starts the clock. James Meredith down the back straight. 100 metre mark, that was about a 9.4. So James Meredith from Balmoral comes in across the line, stops the clock in an 18.772. Next out on track, the man, the myth, the legend, the hamster, Keith Ham. There we go, we found a hamster song. This is perfect. Annoyingly perfect. So Keith Ham rolls around, he's got 2 laps to go. So Keithy Ham, as he heads through, he gets the bell. Keith Ham trying to beat the time of James Meredith, 18.722. So as Keith Ham rolls in, so he stops the clock at a 15.076. So Keith Ham and James Meredith, they will both go through to the gold final. As next out will be Stevie Mayman from the Gold Coast. So Mayman comes through. Next time around, he'll get the bell. So Mayman starts his wind up. So Steve Mayman, this will be the time for everyone to chase now as Mayman comes across the line. Heads into 1 and 2, starts the clock, Stevie Mayman, down the back straight, heads towards the 100 metre mark. 100 metres in about a 6.2, Mayman coming down the front straight, Stevie Mayman, he crosses the line, stops with a 12.915. Next out, the king of the sprints, Jerry O'Connell. Got to be careful saying king of the sprints. We know Peter Macris is coming up later on. But Jerry, world champion in the Masters. Not just in the sprints, I think he got the scratch race too last year. So Jerry, wearing that beautiful purple kit from UQ, starts his wind up down the back straight, getting on top of that monster gear. Jerry O'Connell out of the saddle, out of 3 and 4, down the home straight. So he's trying to beat the time of Stevie Mayman at 12.915. Starts the clock, into the back straight. Jerry O'Connell pushing down that back straight. 5.5 for the first 100. Into the front straight now. Can he go sub 11? He can't, he goes 11.288. So Bear Liang thinks the kit's awful. He had the chance while he was president at UQ to do something beautiful and he didn't. He spat the dummy, threw in the towel, found it all too hard, and now he wants to complain. He's just like the rest of the sheep. And I know I've got him because he hasn't come back with a smart comment yet. Maybe tomorrow. So next up, our Masters 7, Rob McGrath from Bundaberg. As Rob McGrath comes down the front straight, starts the clock. 100 metre mark, that was about a 6.3. Down the front straight, Rob McGrath comes in, he'll set the time for the Masters 7 from Bundy, a 13.041. Next out on track, from the Darling Downs, Brian Schmacker. So Brian looking to beat the time of Rob McGrath, a 13.041. So here we go, Schmacker gets the bell, heads down the start finish line straight. Starts the clock, heads down the back straight now for Brian Schmacker. Into the 100 metre mark. He goes about a 5.9. Heading around 3 and 4. Schmacker into the front straight. Beats the time of McGrath. He goes 11.876. Next out on track, and he had a good hit out yesterday, Shane Hendren. So next time round, Hendren will get the bell. See Oscar Winchester on the infield. He's looking pretty cool, calm and collected before his semis later on. So Hendren starts the clock. Drops into the sprinters lane. Time to beat 11.876. Bosch Schmacker, Hendren down the back straight. A little bit slower, I think. That was about a 6.3 for the first 100. As he comes into the front straight, Schmacker will keep that fastest time. He goes across second fastest with a 12.870. Our Masters 7, all the rides will go straight through to the semis. Final rider out on track for our Masters 7, Glenn Searle. So Glenn Searle locked in. Searle, a regular at the UQ training here at Anamiers on a Sunday morning, and the gates on a Thursday night. Still looking to beat the time of Schmacker, an 11.876. Searle into the sprinters lane, looks quick, starts the clock, down into the back straight, 11.876 the time to beat. First 100, that was about a 5.6, so he's got a bit of work to do to beat Schmacker. He does it with an 11.311. So all of our Master 7 will go through to the semi. And all the way from regional Queensland up north, Shane Edwards from Mackay. The Marwoods down from Mackay as well. They've had a good hit out. We'll also be up there later on in the year for Road States. Can't wait for that one up in Mackay. I think Oakland was here in the switching booth earlier, not there anymore. No. Judd Larkin's on switching, Evie Rose making sure he's doing it properly. All right, here we go, Shane Edwards. Drops into the sprinters lane, starts the clock. Got Darius Rucker on the radio. As Shane Edwards comes through, that was like a 6.8 as he went through the 100 metre mark. Edwards stops the clock at a 13.397. Fastest will go straight through to the gold final. The others will go to a write-off. But if you want to see fast Andrew Matheson, he was flying in the IP yesterday. And we've seen some good sprint times from some IPs in the under-17s this morning. What's Matheson got up his sleeve? Matheson lines it up, gets out of the saddle. He's on a bender. Andrew Matheson starts the clock down the back straight. Geez, he looks fast, Andrew Matheson. 100 metre mark, does about a 5.4. This might be a sub 11 for Matheson as he comes down the front straight. Goes at 11.148. Scott Hutchison out next. He tells me he wants to go sub 10. So Hutchison out there. We saw Ollie out and about yesterday. Looks like Ollie is out again this morning. So Scott Hutchison needs to beat the time of 11.148. So, as Scott Hutchison, he winds up, he'll get the bell this time around. Drops into the sprinters lane, starts the clock. Scott Hutchison, absolute gentleman. Through the 100 metre mark, around turn 3 and 4. Comes across line, Hutchison, second fastest with a 13.142. So Matheson, he'll go straight through the gold final. Hutchison and Edwards will meet in the semis. Next up, our men's Masters 4 from Logan City, Nicholas Mercier. So Mercier heads around, he'll get the bell this time round. This will be the time for the men's Masters 4. Mercier out of the saddle from Logan, drops in, starts the clock, down the back straight, loses it a bit coming out of turn 2. Round about a 5.8 for the first 100. Comes into the front straight, Mercia had a bit of a detour onto the duck board, 11.997. Next out on track from the Fraser Coast, Jason Tipple. We saw Cam out earlier. What's Jason got up his sleeve? So Tipple comes around, chasing the time of Mercia, 11.997. So Tipple starts the clock, down the back straight. Does about 6.1, 6.2 for the first 100. Tipple into the front straight, he goes 12.480. Next out on track, Simon Wallace from Balmoral. So Wallace still with the time to beat from Mercia, 11.997. So sub 12 is the way to go. So Wallace looking rock solid as he comes around this men's Masters 4. 11.997 time to beat. Across the start finish line, into the sprinters lane, starts the clock. Wallace on his way around, 11.997 time to beat. 100 metre mark, that was about a 5.7. This is looking good. He'll have to go sub 12 if he wants to go fastest. He does, 11.461. Next out, local legend, Bo Hanlon. If you haven't checked out Bo's Facebook page, does a lot of work for the Bikes for Burns Foundation, does a lot of volunteer stuff, raises a lot of money. Make sure you check him out. Always has some parts laying around too if you need something maybe a bit obscure. So Hanlon makes his way around, time to beat now is with Simon Wallace, 11.461, also from Balmoral. So Bo Hanlon makes his way around the track. Hanlon across the line, into the sprinters lane, starts the clock, into the back straight. Hanlon comes up towards the 100 metre mark. He goes about a 5.8. This could be good. It'll be in the 11s. If he pushes to the line, just misses out at 12.120. Good time from Bo Hanlon. Next out on track, Anthony Lane. Wearing that Heed Sprinters kit. But Bryson Fletcher and Sam Gallagher now joining the stable as one of the coaches. So Anthony Lane out to beat the time of Simon Wallace, 11.461. As Lane starts his wind up. So Anthony Lane comes through. Wants to beat the time of Simon Wallace, 11.461. Down the back straight, looking towards the 100-metre mark. Lane goes through at about a 5.6. This could be quick. Can this be low 11s? Anthony Lane comes across the line. Second fastest, 11.632. Next out on track, the god himself, the man, the machine, Peter Macris. He's too fast. If this song doesn't wind up soon, we're going to miss the whole thing with Macris, just a big yellow blur. So Macris still trying to beat that time of 11.461, and he monsters his Koga down the front straight, starts the clock, round turn 1 and 2, down the back straight, pushing Macris. 100-metre mark, that was about a 5.8. He's going to have to really motor down this front straight now. Macris stops the clock, 11.663. So he'll qualify third fastest. Next out, our Masters men 2 and 3 sprint qualifying. First out from UQ, Nicholas Smith. So for the Masters 4, they will go through to the quarterfinals. But Nicholas Smith, he'll be looking to set the time for the Masters men 2 and 3. Right, here we go. So Smith comes along the front straight, across the start-finish line, drops into the sprinters lane, starts the clock, through 1 and 2, comes up to the 100-metre mark. That looks swift. That's a 5.4 into the front straight, down to the finish line at 11.052. Next out, from Mackay, Kyle Marwood. Seen him a few times over the weekend. His son, Oakland Marwood, he's a fast young man in under 13s. Kyle Marwood now looking to beat the time of 11.052. All right, Marwood now, he lifts, comes into the sprinters lane. I saw a post about the Marwoods last night. I think they have a cycle shop up there in Mackay. Down the back straight, Marwood, that was about a 5.3. This could be a good one. Can he go sub 11? Kyle Marwood coming in. No, he stops the clock with a 12.002. Chris Myatt, the next one out from UQ, wearing that Billy's kit. Billy's on a Tuesday night if you want to get some good track training in. 7 till 9, I think, for Billy's here at Anime's Velodrome. That's correct. A really good night. You can pay cash on the night, turn up, make sure you've got your accreditation, make sure you've got an AusCycling licence, and Billy will get you in there. Some good simulated racing, lots of good training. So Myatt now, winding up, wants to beat the time of 11.052. Myatt drops in, starts the clock. Down the back straight, Myatt 100 metre mark. That was about a 5.4, 5.5. Can he go sub 11? Myatt into the front straight. He goes second fastest with an 11.429. Next up, and also from UQ, Mr. Adam Clark. Clarky, an absolute gentleman. You'll see him at UQ training on a Thursday and Sunday as well. So time to beat for Adam Clark at 11.052. Bell goes into the sprinters lane, starts the clock. Adam Clark keeps it in the sprinters lane. This looks good. He's got it under control. That was about a 5.4, 5.5. What can he do down this front straight? 11.052, the time to beat. He'll go third fastest with an 11.592. So event 108, that's a scratch. So no Kyle Willis or Michael Shipley. We'll move straight to event 109. First rider out on track. The kid, Ollie Hutchison. So Hutchison winds it up, gets the bell. Looking very fluoro today, Ollie Hutchison starts the clock. Fluoro green on the Cannondale, fluoro orange everything else. 100 metre mark, that looks like about a 6.4. So he'll try and go sub 13, Ollie Hutchison into the front straight. Takes the foot off the gas a little bit, 13.544. Next out from the Gold Coast. Boy, this young man can ride. Keely Ketkovics. What a great kid. See him down there for the 100 lapper sometimes on a Thursday night. You might see him riding up Beachy or somewhere around that hinterland. So Keely starts his wind up. As you get the bell this time, gets out of the saddle. Here's the bell. Across the start finish line, into the sprinters lane. Starts the clock. Out of turn 2. Looks sharp down the back there. Does Ketkovics. 100 metres. That was in about a 5.5, 5.6. Into the front straight. Ketkovics sets the time, 11.539. Next up, we have our under 15 women's sprint ride-off for 5th and 6th. Just have a short break, just for the comms, just going to have a quick look at the track. We'll be back shortly with Hannah DeGiorgio and Georgia Dowling for their under 15 women's sprint ride-off. So next up, our ride-off for 5th and 6th, our under 15 women, be Hannah DiGiorgio. Looking sharp, Hannah DiGiorgio, she'll be up against Georgia Dowling. Georgia, what a ride in her IP yesterday, taking home a bit of bling. So DiGiorgio will lead this one out, keeps one eye on Dowling. She goes to the top of the track. Two laps to go. Looks like Dowling was pretty keen to get onto the front. DiGiorgio just holding her up there above the pursuit line. Down the back straight. There's the bell. Sprint opens up. Side by side they go. DiGiorgio keeps Dowling just at hand's distance at the moment. Dowling's got a lot of work to do if she's going to come around DiGiorgio. So this for 5th and 6th. Hannah DiGiorgio, she'll hold on. So DiGiorgio will take 5th. Dowling will take 6th. Next out, we'll have our ride-off for our under-17 riders. First up, 17, 18, 19. Big field of under-17s. So this looks like it'll be Ollie Urry, Max Edwards and Henry Velasquez. Max Edwards just checking out the bike handling skills of Simon Dixon as they head to the line. Ollie Urry, he'll lead this one out, followed by Edwards and Velasquez. This for 17, 18 and 19. Under 17, a mega field. So they roll around. This is the ride-off. We'll have our under-17 semi-finals up a little later on. So Urry, he's going to lead it out early. He's quite good from out the front. Ollie Urry can hold his pace for a while. Edwards trying to come back. Velasquez on his wheel. Urry out the front. He'll come round. He'll get the bell this time around. Edwards going to have to go around the outside of Urry. 1 lap to go, 250 metres, 200 to go. Edwards now gets out of the draft. He's going to drag Velasquez with him as they all head into turn 3 and 4. Up around the top. Max Edwards looks around, nearly gets pipped on the line by Velasquez. So Max Edwards, 17, Velasquez 18, and Ollie Urry in 19th. Next up, we'll have 16, 15 and 16. Be Fletcher Mason and Hunter Davis. So Mason from Tasmania, he'll lead this one out. Big slap for Hunter Davis. Brad Davis on fire. So Brad Davis gets a hurry along. This for 15 and 16 as Davis goes over the top of Fletcher Mason. So we come to a track stand. This is good to see. The boys pushing each other. So Mason, he's forced Hunter Davis onto the front. So Mason in the sprinters lane. Hunter Davis up the top. He looks like he wants to wind up from about a lap and a half to go. Both boys out of the saddle down the back straight. 3 and 4. Mason first into the sprinters lane. Hunter Davis straight onto his back wheel. Fletcher Mason around turn 1 and 2. Davis coming with him. They almost touch wheels coming out of turn 2. Fletcher Mason looks like he's got the legs. Davis drops back into the sprinters lane. Fletcher Mason though, he'll come through. He'll take 15, Hunter Davis 16. Next out our ride for 13 and 14. Sid Natira, our 4th fastest qualifier. He'll be up against Harley Bradshaw. So Sid Natira, he'll lead this one out. Beaten in the early rounds by Aidan Parslow. So right off now for 13 and 14, the Queensland State Championships here at Anime's Velodrome. So Bradshaw jumps in front of Natira down the sprinters lane. He wants to control it from the front. Forces Natira up high. Bradshaw's a good canny racer. We've seen the speed of Sid Natira though in the IP and in the sprint qualifying. There's the bell. Sid Natira forces Bradshaw in to start the sprint. Through a dummy, down the back straight. Bradshaw out of the saddle. Natira, seated acceleration. Around turn 3 and 4. Sid Natira, he'll come through. He'll take 13, Harley Bradshaw. Next up, 11 and 12. The Hamilton teammates, Jacob Cork and Harry Dowling. So this is for 11 and 12. So Cork will lead this one out. Songs from Hamilton, the musical. So Cork rolls up, Dowling rolls in straight underneath. Pushes Cork towards the fence. Now both riders happy on the stayers line. Just caught a glimpse into the camera room. Kim Potts is wearing the best bin chicken t-shirt I've ever seen. She made the shirt. It's a button-up shirt with bin chickens. It's incredible. I'll get Bear to put a photo up later, somewhere. Bear's waiting for his, but it's Jacob Cork leading out Harry Dowling. Dowling coming around the outside of Cork, down the back straight they go. Side by side into 3 and 4. Dowling still with a bit of work to do. He might get the roll on down the front straight. He gets over the top. Harry Dowling will take 11, Jacob Cork 12. So Kim Potts taking orders for the bin chicken shirt. Next up, Cam Franks. He'll be up against Archie Lutz. Good to see Cam and Oliver Jordan coordinated their orange outfits. Archie Lutz from the sunny coast. Spent a bit of time in Victoria doing some racing last year. Good to see him back at Anna Mears. Franks will lead this one out. So Lutz just moving Franks up the boards. As they roll through, they'll come around with 2 laps to go. Archie Lutz has only had his head turned to the right for about a lap. So Cam Franks, he wants to make things difficult. Lutz has decided to go early. That's a dangerous move with Cam Franks on your wheel. Franks straight back on terms. So Lutz, he goes across the line. Franks now, he opens up the throttle. He's going to try and get around Lutz down the back straight. Lutz has got some speed though as Franks comes around the side. Lutz stays in the sprinters lane. Archie Lutz will take the win over Cam Franks. So Archie Lutz 11, Archie Lutz 9, Cam Franks 10. Next up for 7 and 8, Bryn McDonald and Flynn Jensen. So McDonald, the Fraser Coast kid, he'll lead out Flynn Jensen. This for 7 and 8. So off we go, Bryn McDonald leading out Flynn Jensen. As we finish off our under-17 riders before they head to semi-finals. So roll around turn 3 and 4. Bryn keeping a close eye on Flynn Jensen. Fair bit of pace in this one. With a lap and a half to go. We saw Cam Franks try and go early with Flynn Jensen. Previously, Flynn just got straight on the wheel. He's reacted well now to Bryn McDonald as well as they head into 1 and 2. Bryn's left it late. There's only about half a bike length. Jensen coming back. He's got a bit of work to do to go around the outside. McDonald stays in the sprinters lane. McDonald down the front straight. Bryn McDonald will take the win over Flynn Jensen. So 7 for Bryn McDonald, 8 for Flynn Jensen. Our final ride-off, Larkins and Parslow. So this will be for 5 and 6. Larkins, the Dark Knight, wearing all his black. Sprinted well today. Aidan Parslow, he took care of Sid Natira earlier on. So both boys having a good hit out. Larkins will lead this one out. Ariel Henderson giving you expert commentary from the concourse if anyone wants to hear. I think the main call there is go faster, hurry up. So Larkins leading out Parslow. As they begin to roll around. Larkins looks like he's happy to control it for now. Parslow has stayed up nice and close to the fence in all of his rounds so far. So they come up to 1.5 to go. Larkins just keeping an eye on Parslow. Pace fairly sedate as they head around. As Parslow just moves up close to the wheel of Larkins. As they wind up, stay up nice and close to the fence. Larkins drops into the sprinters lane in front of Parslow. Parslow, we know his leg speed. Down the back straight. The gap's not changing too much. As they head around 3 and 4. Parslow with a lot of work to do. Larkins will hold him off. Good ride off there between two good mates, Parslow and Larkins. Moving into our men's Masters 4, so Larkins will end up 5th, Parslow 6th. Next up in our men's Masters 4. Peter Macris, part-time hand glove model, full-time superstar. He'll be up against Jason Tipple. So we're all set to go. Macris up against Jason Tipple. Check out Macris on Facebook or Instagram. He's always got something exciting going on, whether it's a Greek feast, some sort of tomahawk steak, or an adventure up Mount Cootha. So Macris and Tipple, quarter-final. So the winner will go through the semi. Had a mini legend walk into the commentary booth, Zach Douglas Savage. He's promised to give me an interview later on. I look forward to that. So Jason Tipple, he leads out the sprint for Peter Macris. Macris gets distracted by his Garmin falling off his saddle. Amateur hour for Peter Macris. So Jason Tipple comes through. Oh, Peter Macris. Next up, Bo Hanlon and Mercia. Oops, I did it again, definitely for Peter Macris. Just when you talk him up about how good he is, he drops his Garmin off the back of his saddle. Personally, not a big fan of having computers out on track bikes, but so Nicholas Mercier, he'll be up against Bo Hanlon. Zach Douglas Savage up in the commentary booth now. He's just finished his IP qualifying before. How do you think you went, mate? You were fired for later on?
Yes, I am.
You've come a long way since the dorky kid I met at Bundaberg reading a book in your camp chair. You're doing really well in under-19s, mate. You're doing your family and yourself proud. Maddie's doing well as well. You happy with what's going on this weekend?
Yes, I am. I had a good IP this morning. A little bit faster at the start, though.
That was the most boring conversation ever. I don't know why Megan Moore puts up with you. Thanks for your time. So, as we go out, Nicholas Mercier and Bo Hanlon. That was so disappointing. I thought Zach was a cool kid. He'd come up and have a chat. Sorry to the audience for having to hear that. We'll find someone better later on. Okay, so Mercier, he leads out Bo Hanlon. So Mercier still leads this one out. Bo Hanlon comes over the top. We've got about a lap and a half to go. Hanlon decides to open up early. Mercier caught napping just a little bit, but Bo Hanlon has a look around. He's got on the front. Now he goes again. Opens up the sprint. Bo Hanlon around 1 and 2. Mercier from Logan City. He's coming at him down the back straight. Oh, in and out they come. Round turn 3 and 4. Hanlon just stays in the sprinters lane. Up to the start finish line. Oh, Mercier, I think just got that one. Next out, our women's under 15 sprint semi-final, round 1. First up, the Gold Coast clubmates, Adele Dixon versus Winter Bradshaw. So Winter Bradshaw, she'll lead this one out. 1v4, best of 3. Winner will go through the gold final. Winter Bradshaw looking sharp on the line. So winner will go through the gold final. Second will go through the bronze final. So as the girls head around turn 3 and 4, it's Bradshaw still in the front. Very, very slow. Adele nearly takes out her own front wheel on the rear wheel of Bradshaw as they crawl along the front straight. So into the back straight they go. Dixon right onto the wheel of Bradshaw. Bradshaw goes up. Now Dixon moves in underneath. So as we start the wind up, Dixon goes early. They get the bell. Down the front straight they come. Bradshaw right onto her back wheel as they go around 1 and 2. Bradshaw locks herself onto Dixon's wheel. Now she gets out of the saddle. This is a straight horsepower race down the back straight. Dixon increases the tempo as they go through 3 and 4. Bradshaw trying to come around the outside. Dixon will take the first one in a best of 3. Next up, Matilda Kemps up against Bo Morfitt. So Kemps leading out Morfitt. Good to see Aaron Kemps coordinating his outfit with Matilda today. So Kemps on the front, bit of a tempo. So quick for our under 15 girls. So head back around turn 1 and 2. Matilda Kemps looks like she's pretty content sitting on the front. Morfitt now starting to move up the boards. Kemps just trying to make her a little bit more uncomfortable. Now Kemps starts early. She paused Morfitt. Now Morfitt with a lot to do. Smart riding from Kemps, but Morfitt's coming. Morfitt's coming. She's close. Morfitt down the back straight. Kemps is really going to have to kick. Morfitt, she's in touching distance now as they go around 3 and 4. Kemps down the front straight. Kemps will hold on. Morfitt nearly made it. Onto our under 15 men semi-final round 1. Seb Urry from Balmoral, he'll be up against Ethan Lee. Right, Sebi Urry, he'll lead this one out. He'll be up against Ethan Lee. He's been in formidable form over the last couple of days. He took the time trial, he took the pursuit. And he'd dearly like to take the sprint as well. So Seb Urry, he'll lead this one out. So Urry just holding Ethan Lee up high. Ethan now heading to the front. Just the 4 boys in under 15s this year, so it was straight to a semi. Lee increases the tempo as they come across the line with 2 to go. Lee opens up, Seb Urry responds as they head into 3 and 4, but Ethan Lee opens up the gap. It's out to about 5 metres, 6 metres, 7 metres, 10 metres now as Ethan Lee dominates in the sprint. Seb Urry not giving up, but Ethan Lee head down as he heads into the back straight. 100 metres to go. He's got about 30 over Seb Urry into the front straight. Ethan Lee turns off the gas. He'll save some for later on. Next up, Felix Henderson and Paddy Richardson. So it looks like Paddy Richardson will lead this one out. Next up we'll have our under 17 women's semi-final round 1. So Paddy lead this one out with Felix Henderson. All right, as we come to a track stand on the other side of the track, Felix Henderson just responding to Paddy Richardson. Paddy, let's go now as he rolls back down into the sprinters lane. Tried to force Felix around. They come to a stop again. A real battle of the wills here. Well, that might have worked for Paddy. He just needs to hold it steady as Felix rolls in underneath. Felix a little bit shaky. As the commissary is telling them to move on, they've had their 2 track stands. Paddy Richardson back on the front. So get the bell. Paddy responds. He opens up straight away. Henderson straight onto his wheel. Paddy doing a good job holding Felix Henderson up high. Richardson around 3 and 4 as they come into the front straight. Henderson just over the top. Next out for our under-17 women's semi-final. Fastest qualifier, Maddie Douglas-Savage, will be up against Elise Vaughan.
Don't you let me fall. I will fall right on the lead. Are you ready?
So Elise Vaughan will lead this one out. Maddie Douglas-Savage. Doing good things in the sprint space at the moment. So round they come, Maddie Douglas-Savage in control of this one. So go hip to hip around 1 and 2. As Maddie Douglas-Savage opens up the sprint early with about a lap and a quarter to go. She opens up the gap over Elise Vaughan. Elise with a lot of work to do to get onto that wheel, but the gap opens to about 10, maybe 15 metres down the back straight. That opens out to 20. Maddie Douglas-Savage romping this one in as she'll go through. 1 up. Don't forget to check out the Padali store on the concourse up by the entry at Enemies Velodrome. Next up, our second under-17 women semi-final sprint matchup. Sienna Golding from Ipswich up against Hannah Walters from Hamilton Wheelers. And Golding, she has gone early. She's going to use her IP prowess, try and put Hannah Walters under pressure as they come through. Walters gets control of the sprint lane. So they come through at a good rate of knots. Walters now has the advantage. Got control of Sienna Golding. So Walters, now she opens up the sprint. Golding straight onto her wheel. Golding will come around the outside, down the back straight. Now Walters needs to hold her off. Golding coming around the outside, down into the front straight. This could be anyone's game. To the line, Walters takes the win. So this will be a good matchup. Ollie Jordan, he'll be coming up against Oscar Winchester. We need someone with a bit more muscle out there to hold Oscar Winchester. Simon Dixon doing a bang-up job. So, the juice, Ollie Jordan. He'll lead out Oscar Winchester. Oscar in dominant form. If you haven't seen his bike, that hand-sling bike, it is absolutely beautiful. So Jordan using his track skills to force Oscar onto the front. Winchester doesn't look too unhappy about being there as Jordan moves around at the back with 2 laps to go. Jordan looks like he's going to try and fluster Oscar Winchester. Winchester's decided enough of this, going to go from a lap and a half out. Opens up a small gap over Jordan. Jordan with a bit of work to do. He gets into the slipstream. Right on his wheel as they head down the front straight. As they go out of turn 2, Winchester still looks like he's got a fair bit in the tank. Now Jordan goes. Left it late. Winchester responds. They head to the line. Oscar Winchester, he'll take the win. So next out on track, it'll be Cruz Kemps up against Riley Dixon. So Kemps will lead this one out over Riley Dixon. The whole Kemps family on edge down there in the front row. Holly Kemps is like, nah, I've seen this a million times before. So come to a standstill. So you can't come to a track stand in the first half lap of the race. So the comms will have a word with the boys about that one. So a restart for the boys. Can't track stand or come to a stop in that first half a lap. I think because Dixon rolled backwards, he's now got to lead from the front. As we roll through at a bit of a faster tempo this time around. So Dixon and Kemps. Down the back straight, side by side. They have a bit of a convo as they head into turn 3 and 4. Dixon goes early. He's going to try and out-sprint Kemps as they go side by side. This looks similar to the race Dixon had with Larkins earlier on the hip. Kemps down the outside. He's still got a lot of work to do as Dixon comes back on the inside. Kemps drops into the sprinters lane. He'll take the win. Semi-final, heat 1 for our Masters women. Julie Barnett up against Jessica Laws. So Julie Barnett, she'll lead this one out. Jessica Laws will go into second wheel. So head around turn 1 and 2 towards the fence. Laws pretty content to sit on the wheel of Julie Barnett. As they go past the Padali stand on the other side of the track. Nice and warm here at Anime's Velodrome today. Right, the girls start to wind things up. Julie Barnett still just got it over Laws. Laws forces her into the sprinters lane. Now we lead out. Jules out of the saddle. Laws coming after her. So Barnett still looks around. Now comes Laws. They're both out of the saddle as they go down the back straight. Barnett trying to keep this one under control. Barnett into the front straight. She'll take the win over Jessica Laws. Next up, our Masters Men's 7 Sprint Semi-Final Round 1. This will be Rob McGrath up against Glenn Searle. I think they heard Billy sneeze down in Brisbane somewhere.
Yep.
All right, McGrath, he'll lead this one out over Glenn Searle. So McGrath down the back straight. Searle looks like he's pretty comfortable on the back wheel. Oh, as Glenn Searle loses his wheel, it's a bit too slow around the corner. Looks like he's okay. So Glenn just walking off the track, not sure if there's a drama with the bike. So front wheel mechanical for Glenn Searle. So we'll get the next heat up. We'll see Glenn and Robert back up in a moment. So Brian Schmacker and Shane Hendren, our next one's up. So Hendren and Schmacker. Our next one's out. So fairly fast pace for this one. Hendren leading it out. Hendren has a look around, see how close Schmacker is, and didn't take much to notice that he was right on his back wheel. So round they come, they'll get the bell this time around. It's been fairly high tempo so far. No sprint yet. Now Schmacker round the outside. Geez, that was a good seated acceleration out of turn 2. Round the outside of Hendren. Schmacker looks around. He's got this one run and done. So confirmation, Brian Schmacker taking that one. So restart now with Glenn Searle and Rob McGrath. Looks like Glenn's fixed that front wheel mechanical. So a fair few sprint finals to get through this afternoon as Rob McGrath leads out Glenn Searle. If you haven't checked it out already, check out Matt Gilfetter's Instagram and Facebook pages for photos from over the weekend. As McGrath and Searle roll around with a lap and a half to go of this semi-final matchup, Heat 1. So very sedate for McGrath and Searle. So head down the front straight. McGrath opens up the sprint. Glenn Searle a little bit late to react. Hasn't got much time now to wind that big gear up, but he comes in underneath. Glenn Searle trying to get through. Oh, he only just pips McGrath on the line. Apologies. That looks like it was Rob McGrath got that one over Glenn Searle. So next up, we'll have Scott Hutchison as he comes up to the line. He'll be up against Shane Edwards from Mackay. So Hutchison, he'll lead this one out. All right, Scott Hutchison leading this one out over Shane Edwards. So fairly sedate for the first couple of laps. But Edwards looks like he's got the jump over Scott Hutchison at the minute. So Hutchison out of the saddle, he's chasing that one down. Shane Edwards, he's got a lead. Hutchison's coming back at him though as they head down the back straight. Edwards, he's only got a couple of metres. Hutchison going to have to do a lot of work. It'll be Edwards holding on. Next out be Simon Wallace and Nicholas Mercier. Mercier to lead this one out. Semi-final, heat 1. So Mercier leading this one through. This is 1v4. So Wallace now on the front as they head through with 2 laps to go. Wallace stays on the front. They've got the bell. Mercier now trying to come back down the back straight. Wallace, seated acceleration. So they come around 3 and 4. Mercier, he's got some pace coming around the outside. Can he hold off? It'll be Simon Wallace will take the win.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah. Tell me up or down. I just down a bit. Yep. Oh, up a bit. Yep.
Next out for their semi-final will be Anthony Lane up against Jason Tipple. So Lane will lead this one out. Tipple, give me a bit of space out the front. So as they roll around, Tipple just keeping a close eye on Anthony Lane. Come down to a lap and a half to go. Heat 1 of 2 versus 3 for our Masters men. They get the bell, no reaction yet from Lane or Tipple. Now Tipple goes, Lane responds. They keep it up nice and high. Lane now, he opens up his account. Down the back straight, Anthony Lane. He cruises away around 3 and 4. Anthony Lane will take the win. Next up, it'll be Marwood versus Smith.
I'll leave it 2.
Sorry?
Leave it 2.
You're 2?
I think so.
Are you 1? You do 2, he says.
Okay. Sorry.
So Kyle Marwood, he'll lead this one out in front of Nicholas Smith from UQ. So Kyle Marwood looks like he wants to go long range on this one. Looks around, Smith coming around his outside. Marwood tries to respond, but it looks like Smith, he's got the run on. So Smith around 1 and 2. He's got this one under control for the minute. Marwood looks like he's turned off the gas as they roll around. Nicholas Smith will take the win. Next up, it'll be Chris Myatt up against Adam Clark.
You ready?
So Myatt on the front, controlling this one with Adam Clark. Looks like he's pretty happy where he is. As we come up to a lap and a half to go. Myatt still in control. Adam Clark very happy to be sitting at the back as matchup heat 1. So Adam Clark around the outside of Myatt. Clarkie around 3 and 4. He'll come home with the win. So good job there from Adam Clark. Right, next up, our sprint rider, 5v6 for our men's Masters 4. Bo Hanlon up against Peter Macris. Jerry, just check that he's got that computer attached safely to his saddle this time. So Macris up against Hanlon.
You've got two fat boys from Tuesday night out here. Take it. A lot of things to learn. Yeah, I know. Well, I see.
So riders head down the back straight. Macris on the front. Hanlon pretty happy at the back. Please make sure you go and check out the Pedali stand up on the concourse. Looks like they've got some pretty good gear for sale up there. As Hanlon and Macris head down the back straight. Macris trying to get over the top of Hanlon. He does. He gets into the sprinters lane. Now Macris trying to get on top of Hanlon. Hanlon coming back at him now. Into the back straight. Macris, has he got anything left in the tank for this last half a lap? He might do. Too late for Bo Hanlon. Peter Macris will take home 5th. Bo Hanlon 6th. Next up, we head to our under 15 round 2 of their semi-final qualifying. Copy that, no drama. All right, Adele Dixon one up in this semi-final matchup against Winter Bradshaw. And we will have presentations for the under 19 and elite after event 144. So once the elites and under 19s have finished their individual pursuit, we will have presentations. Meantime, Heat 2 of 1v4 in our under 15 women. It's Bradshaw v Dixon. Dixon one up so far. Winter would dearly like to take this to a decider. So Bradshaw opens up the sprint. Dixon straight onto her wheel. So head into the back straight. Adele Dixon gets her turn of speed now. Bradshaw out of the saddle. Adele Dixon stays seated. So seated acceleration versus out of saddle into the front straight. Adele Dixon over the top. She'll go through to the gold final. Winter Bradshaw through to the bronze. Next out, Matilda Kemps. She's one up in this one. She'll be up against Bo Morfitt. So Kemps wanting to go straight to the gold with Dixon. Morfitt will want to take this one through to a decider. So Morfitt to lead this one out. Kemp's now on the front. So Kemp's already one up in this heat. As they come across the line. So Kemp's on the front as she comes through. They'll come around, they'll get the bell this time around. So they come through. Matilda Kemp's on the front, Bo Morfitt with a lot of work to do as they come around 1 and 2. Down the back straight, Morfitt pushing, Kemp's out of the saddle as they come around 3 and 4. Kemp's will come through, she'll take the win, she'll go through the gold final with Adele Dixon. Morfitt will go through the bronze with Winter Bradshaw. Right, next up, Ethan Lee up against Seb Urry. Ethan Lee one up in this one. He'll want to go through the gold final. So as Lee moves to the fence. Lee, our fastest qualifier. One up on Seb Urry. Seb drops down. Ethan Lee was napping there a bit. Took him a long time to respond. As Seb Urry goes, I think he'll pull him back. But that was a big pause. So Ethan Lee's had to work for this one. Good move from Seb Urry. He saw the opportunity, he took it. Now Ethan Lee down the back straight. Around 3 and 4, Ethan Lee goes. So Ethan Lee, he'll go through the gold final. Seb Urry through to the bronze. Next up, Henderson Richardson. Henderson one up so far. He'll want to go meet in the final with Ethan Lee. Paddy Richardson, he'll want to take this to a decider. So Paddy all around the back of Felix Henderson. Henderson looks like he's pretty comfortable on the front as Richardson comes underneath. They will try and force Felix Henderson up the track. Round they come, they'll get the bell this time round, so it's still Paddy on the inside, holding Felix up to the fence. As Paddy drops, Felix drops in right behind him. You can see Paddy down the back straight, out of the saddle. Felix Henderson, as they come around 3 and 4, Paddy still out of the saddle. He can take this to a decider as they come down the front straight. Henderson takes it. Okay, moving on to our under-17 semi-final heat 2. Maddie Douglas Savage one up in this one, up against Elise Vaughan. So Elise Vaughan trying to make this a quick one. Maddie Douglas Savage just keeping to the inside as they rub shoulders coming onto the front straight. So Douglas Savage would like to go to the gold final. As Douglas Savage accelerates. Out of turn 1 and 2, Elise Vaughan trying to respond, but Douglas Savage extends her lead down the back straight. Douglas Savage will go through the gold final. Elise Vaughan will go through the bronze. Next up, it'll be Sienna Golding and Hannah Walters. So Hannah Walters one up in this one. Sienna Golding would be very keen to get back on terms and take it to a decider. Who will meet Maddie Douglas Savage in the final, the gold final. So Walters leading this one out. So Golding looks like she wants to wind up fairly early. Walters responds. So Golding straight into the draft from Hannah Walters. So head down the front straight. This will be a good battle down the back straight as Golding makes her way around the outside. Walters is going to have to respond here. We know how quick Sienna Golding is. Look at that turn of speed. So Golding goes around the outside of Walters into the front straight. That'll go to a decider. They're one each now. Next up, Heat 2 of under 17 men's matchup. Oscar Winchester on fire today. He's up against Ollie Jordan. So Winchester, one up in this one. Jordan going to have to come up with something to try and overcome Winchester, who hasn't been defeated today yet. Don't want to jinx him. So Winchester leaning out Jordan. Jordan heads up towards the fence. As Jordan moves to the front, Winchester jumps in behind him. Big out of saddle acceleration for both boys. Head into the front straight. Winchester glides up onto the back of him. He's got the sprinters lane, so Jordan slips in behind. Down the back straight though, Winchester maintains the lead. Jordan with a lot of work to do now as they come around turn 3 and 4 down the front straight. Winchester will come across the line. He'll go through the gold final. Good win there from the young man. The Juice, he will head off to the bronze final. Next out, Kemps and Dixon. So Kemps getting the better of Dixon in the first round. Dixon will want to take this one to a decider. Kemps would be very keen on meeting up with Oscar Winchester in the gold final. So down they come the front straight. Kemps with the advantage here. Riley Dixon would be very, very keen to take this to a decider. So Dixon decides he will go early, so they'll come round, they'll get the bell. Out of the saddle, Kemps back onto his wheel. Side by side, this is a carbon copy of their first round matchup. Kemps around the outside, down the back straight. That's a lot of cadence from Cruz Kemps. So head down the front straight. Kemps will go to the gold final with Oscar Winchester. Dixon will go to the bronze final with Oliver Jordan. Julie Barnett now, she'll be up against Jessica Laws. Jules one up in this one. So Laws down the back straight, keeping an eye on Julie Barnett. So Julie hoping to go and meet Sandra Stoy in the final. As the bell goes, Julie Barnett opens up the sprint from the top. Jumps into the sprinters lane. Jessica Laws trying to respond. Barnett down the back straight. She gets out of the saddle, opens up that gap to about 10 metres. Julie Barnett looks around. She's got this one done. She'll go to the gold final. Jessica Laws will take the bronze. Next up, our men's Masters 7. Glenn Searle up against Rob McGrath.
No.
I think McGrath won up in this one. So Glenn Searle lead this one out. He'll want to try and take it to a decider. as Searle leads through with 2 laps to go. So if McGrath can win this, he'll go through the gold final. If Searle wins this, we'll go to a decider. There's the bell. Glenn Searle on the front at the moment. McGrath going to come around the outside. Searle accelerates down the back straight though. Glenn Searle with a surge of speed. He comes around 3 and 4. Glenn Searle will win. That'll go to heat 3. Men's Masters 5 and 6. Brian Schmacker with the advantage on this one. He'll be taking on Shane Hendren again. Schmacker leads this one out. So the winner of this matchup will go through the gold final. Second place will take bronze. So Hendren decides he's going to go early this time, really makes Schmacker work for it. This is the Booker place in the gold final. So they come round, they'll get the bell this time round. Hendren with a couple of metres over Schmacker. It might not be enough as Brian Schmacker comes around turn 1 and 2. Goes around the outside, tries again. He might have run out of legs. Hendren still going. Schmacker trying to come around the outside. Down the front straight. Schmacker will go through the gold final. Shane Hendren will get bronze. Next up, a Men's Masters 5 and 6. Shane Edwards, one up in this one. Oh, fall there for Scott Hutchison. Looks like he's okay. Gives the hands up like it's my own fault. So Scott Hutchison, he's just going to have a quick word with Ollie just to work out how fast you need to go around the velodrome before you slip. About 2 kilometres an hour faster than what he was going comes from Billy.
Yeah. Sorry, mate. That's all right. That's all good.
So we'll just delay before we leave.
Oh, yeah, this time. Yeah.
As we go off again, Edwards, Hutchison, he's going to get some speed this time. So round we come, Edwards on the front. So Edwards is 1 up at this stage. Now Hutchison opens up the sprint down the back straight with 1.5 to go. Edwards responds. So Edwards on the front. Has Hutchison got anything left? Or is Edwards going straight to the gold final? So Edwards will do it. He'll go through the gold final. Next up, Simon Wallace and Nicholas Mercier for our men's Masters 4. So Mercier needs to win this to send it to a decider. Simon Wallace would be pretty keen on going through the gold final. As Wallace leads Mercier down to the duckboard. They can't come to a standstill on the back straight before the halfway mark. Comms, I think I heard the comms blow a whistle there. Here we go, start again. Simon Wallace and Edwards. So they head to the fence again, no stopping this time. So Wallace one up in this one. Mercier trying to force it to a decider. So Mercier, he wants to get this kicked off. He's going to go for a run from about a lap and a half out. There's the bell. He goes around the outside of Wallace. Wallace with a lot of work to do to catch up now. Mercier on a charge, the man from Logan City. Wallace coming back at him from Balmoral as they go around 3 and 4. Wallace is going to have to really hustle down the front straight. Wallace will do it. He'll go through the gold final. Mercier through the bronze. Next out and trying to meet Simon Wallace in the gold final will be Anthony Lane and Jason Tipple. Anthony Lane one up in this one. So Tipper will lead this one out. Fairly sedate from Lane and Tipple. Lane would be pretty keen on going to meet Wallace for the gold final. Doesn't want to use too much energy in another round. There they go, Lane around the outside of Tipple. Gets him going around 1 and 2. Doesn't look back. Jason Tipple turns it off. He'll go through the bronze with Mercier. Anthony Lane, he'll go through to the gold final. So Nicholas Smith, he's got the goods on this one in the Men's Masters 2 and 3. Cole Marwood from Mackay, he'd be keen to get back on terms. So Smith will lead this one out, followed by Kyle Marwood. Marwood just a little bit slow around 1 and 2. So Marwood back on his bike. They'll restart this one. So safely around this time. Marwood on the front. Nicholas Smith comes across the top. He'd like to go through the gold final. So Marwood leading this one out over Smith. So Smith got this one under control. Marwood chasing, but Smith with a clean set of heels in that UQ kit as they roll around. Marwood, he's going to make a last second lunge to the line, but Smith cruises through. He'll go to the gold final. Marwood to the bronze. Next up for our men's masters 2 and 3, Chris Myatt and Adam Clark. So Clarkey one up in this one. As we're off and rolling, Clark with a one-up advantage. He'd like to go meet in the gold final with Smith. So Myatt heads down towards the sprinters lane. Clarkey looks like he's happy staying around that stayers line. Myatt, he's going to go long range, lap and a half to go. Clark out of the saddle, he's giving chase. These two boys know each other very well from UQ. Myatt on an absolute bender. Clark with a lot of work to do. Can he come back in the back straight? Clark, he's ranging back up. He might be running out of velodrome though. Chris Myatt, he'll come through. He'll send it to a decider. Great strategy there from Chris Myatt. Caught Clarkey napping a little bit. Next out, our under 17 ladies. Walters and Golding. So they're one apiece. Winner of this heat will go through to meet Maddie Douglas Savage in the gold final. Second place will meet Elise Vaughan in the bronze. So what tactics have we got to install here? Both girls really wanting to go to the gold final. They're one up, so they're very closely matched. Or one apiece, I should say. They're very evenly matched. To go, 2 to go. So Walters decides she'll go from a lap and a half out. That's dangerous, giving Golding the draft all the way around. Down the front straight they go. 1 lap to go. They get the bell. Golding got to come around the outside. Walters trying to hold her off. Golding comes around the outside. Walters holding firm as they come around 3 and 4. This will be a sprint to the line. Sienna Golding will go through the gold final with Douglas Savage. Walters into the bronze with Vaughan. This is our decider between Glenn Searle and Rob McGrath. The men's Masters 7. So this will decide who goes to the gold final, with Shane Hendren. So get the bell. Glenn Searle winds it up. Glenn Searle has a look around. He wants to go to the gold final. He's on his way. Rob McGrath, he'll go through the bronze final. So up on track, the ride-off between Myatt and Clark, very short turnaround. Chris Myatt with a great tactic last time.
Right, rinse and repeat. Rinse and repeat. Ready? I am ready.
So Clark will lead this one out. So men's masters 2 and 3. Who's going to go through the final to see Nicholas Smith? Next up, we'll go into our IP finals. So Myatt goes, Clark up to it this time, not going to let Chris Myatt get any distance on him as they settle in, as they get the bell. Myatt still looking around, it's all go now as Clark comes around the outside, down the back straight. Myatt holding him up as they come around 3 and 4. It's still Chris Myatt in control. Clark trying to come around the outside, he can't come. Myatt will go through to the gold final. Clark through the bronze. So we'll head into our under-19 IP final for the bronze. We will have presentations for the 19s and elites for their IPs after the elite IP is done, and then we'll head into our junior and masters sprint finals. All right, our bronze final. On the front straight, Lucy Johnston. On the back straight, Sienna Monteith. This is for the bronze. And both riders out very well. This is for the bronze. 3,000 championship. So Monteith settling in well. Johnston still not in her bars yet. Now she does. So 0.6 of a second, Monteith after the first lap. Not a lot between them as we head through. Monteith looks like she's very keen to make a catch. So after 2 laps, the gap out to 0.72 of a second. Not much between it, ranging around between that half and 0.7 of a second between Johnston and Monteith as they go through at 750 metres. Johnston bringing it back. It's out just to 0.2 now. So this will be coming around 4 laps done, 8 to go. As Johnston heads to the lead, she's got a lead of 0.4 now, 2,000 metres to go. Monteith not looking comfortable around 1 and 2, as the gap now out to 0.85 in favour of Lucy Johnston. So at the 1,500 metre mark, halfway, it's Johnston by 1.2 seconds. Out to 1.5 now. Monteith with a lot of work to do. Next time around, they'll come up to 4 laps, 1 kilometre to go. It looks like the gap is getting close to 2 seconds in favour of Lucy Johnston. 1.86. So Sienna Monteith got a lot of work to do in these last 4 laps. Let's see if Lucy Johnston has got the legs left. Johnston, it goes out over 2 seconds now. Sienna Monteith 2.1 behind Lucy Johnston. With 2 laps to go, 500 metres, the gap is out to 2.3 seconds. Lucy Johnston, though, looks very calm and collected on her bike. Sienna Monteith holding strong, but the gap's out to 2.5 as Johnston comes around. She'll get 1 lap to go. This for the bronze. So Johnston, Monteith now gets 1 lap to go. The gap out to 2.7. Lucy Johnston, though, looks like she's on her way to getting a bronze medal here at the Queensland State Championships for the IP Under-19 women. So Johnston, she takes it. Up next, our gold final, Megan Moore and Elsie Apps. This is our under-19 women's gold final. Here we go, our under-19 women gold final for the Queensland State Championships. Megan Moore up against Elsie Apps. Our two fastest riders. So Apps with an early advantage. We saw this early on in the qualifying. Megan not super fast in the first couple, but boy, she comes back in the middle and the end. So after 2 laps, 500 metres, Apps has a 1 second advantage over Megan Moore. Megan riding to a program she'll be pretty happy with. At 7:50, that gap stays at about 1 second. So Apps riding extremely well. Megan Moore keeping things under control. That's the 1,000 metre mark. She's 1.3 behind Elsie Apps. 2 kilometres to go. So we come around next time, it'll be the halfway mark. This will be when we really start to see what the change is. So Apps goes through halfway and the gap coming down now to 1.1. So Megan Moore starting to reverse the tide now. It's where she comes into her own. And we see it dropping already in half a lap. Now it's down to 1 second flat. At the 17:50 mark, it's down to 0.9. So Megan Moore coming back at Elsie Apps now. Next time round, they'll hit the 2,000 metre mark with 4 laps to go, 1,000 metres. Apps comes through, 1,000 to go, the gap down to 0.8. 3.5 laps for both ladies now. Nothing in it, 0.7. Megan Moore slowly eking away at that lead by Elsie Apps. 0.56 now. As they come around next time, we'll have 2 laps to go. Down to 0.5. There's nothing in this. Half a second between Moore and Apps. 2 laps to go for both of them. The gap, 0.46. So Megan Moore, she still has some work to do. This is going to be a battle to the end. 1.5 laps to go. Apps in front by 0.4. Nothing in it. They'll both come around and get the bell. Apps with the lead from the start. 1 lap to go. The gap just 0.2 of a second. Megan Moore really going to have to motor. Elsie Apps trying to hold on. Half a lap to go. Suddenly Moore only at 0.05 of a second behind. You can hear the screaming from the Queenslanders. And on the final lap, Megan Moore hits the lead for the last lap. 0.17 of a second. Andy Moore having a heart attack down in the middle. That was a close one. Timed to perfection by Megan Moore. Well ridden by Elsie Apps. She led every single lap right up until the last half a lap. Up next, our bronze under-19 men. Oscar Schoff on the back straight in his first year. On the front straight, Zach Douglas Savage. This is for the bronze. So the boys out of the gates well. Douglas Savage and Schoff, the two Queensland boys. So Schoff with a slight advantage over the first half a lap. So Oscar Schoff out to a second. We know how strong Zach can be over the full 12 laps. Megan Moore has collapsed on the infield. She gave that everything, 0.17 of a second to take the gold. 500 metres, it's 0.9 to Oscar Schoff. So Schoff was off to a very fast start. Douglas Savage starting to bring that back in a little bit now as we head towards 750 metres. So 0.45 of a second, Douglas Savage gets into his rhythm, he's coming back. Next time round, we'll hit the 1 kilometre mark with 2 to go. So Douglas Savage, oh, it's even. Stevens says 0, 0, 0, nothing between them. So Douglas Savage, he lost about a second in the first 2 laps. Now after 12.50, he's out to 0.35. So Douglas Savage coming into his own here in this bronze final of the under-19 IP. At 1,500 metres and the halfway mark, it's Douglas Savage by 0.65 of a second. So Schoff looking steady, Douglas Savage looking steady. At 17.50, the gap goes out to 0.7 in favour of Douglas Savage. Schoff looks like he's lifting a little bit. He keeps that at 0.7 seconds. So if Schoff found something else at 2,000 metres, it's the same again, 0.78. Nothing between these two. Next time round, 3 laps to go. And Douglas Savage, he looks like he's opened it now. It goes out to 1 second. So Schoff just fading a little bit, or has Douglas Savage picked it up? Next time around, 2 laps to go. So 500 metres now for Douglas Savage. And it goes out to 1.2. Schoff has got a lot of work to do in 2 laps of Animere's Velodrome. Round they come. They'll get the bell. Last gap, 1.3. There's the bell for Zach. There's the bell for Oscar. It goes to 1.37. Douglas Savage rolling down the back straight. Not much in it. Schoff goes out to 1.5. Douglas Savage rolls around 3 and 4. He'll come home with the bronze. Well done to ZDS. Good ride from Oscar Schoff, first year under 19 in the bronze final. 1.45 the final margin. Next out, our gold final on the front straight from UQ, Sam Hilditch. On the back straight from Hamilton Wheelers, Lockie Walters. So here we go, the gold final, Hilditch, Walters. And both riders out. It's a gold final at the under-19 men state champs for 2026. First lap. 0.2 of a second between them. Absolutely nothing from the two young QAS riders. As riders roll through, 2 laps down, 500 metres. It's Hilditch just. This will be a battle right to the end on this one. I think Walters with the advantage at the minute. So Walters having a strong start. So they come round, they'll get 8 laps to go. So the first 4 laps done, Hilditch down the front straight. Timing on the big screen, not really keeping up with what's going on out there, but it's neck and neck as the riders come through. Next time around, that'll be halfway, 6 laps done, but it is Walters at the minute. He's just got the goods over Hilditch. Halfway now. Walters goes through. Might be about a second to Sam Hilditch. As they come through now at the 1750 metre mark. Not much, it's down to about 0.8 of a second. So this will come down to the end. Next time around they'll have 1,000 metres to go. Hilditch starting to come back now. Walters, will he lift? Walters still with the lead, but it's down. It's down to 0.6 of a second. This will come down to the wire between Walters and Hilditch. Nothing between them. Through they go. The gap now. Less than 0.5 of a second. Half a second between them as they go through. Remains at half a second. So this time around, 2 laps to go. Hilditch is going to have to really lift. Still 0.5 of a second. 1.5 laps to go for both Walters and Hilditch. Nothing between them. 0.45 of a second. They both get the bell. Walters gets the bell. Hilditch gets the bell. 0.45. There's a lot to do in 1 lap. Walters on his way. Can Hilditch close the gap? It stays at about 0.45. Walters down the back straight. Lockie Walters will take the gold. Sammy Hilditch the bronze. 0.4 of a second the margin. What a way to finish. Lockie Walters getting the gold, Hilditch the silver. As our elite women individual pursuit final is underway. Gold final in bronze, Eden Sealy-Cunnington. Who will take the gold between Armley Sanders and Megan Russell? So roll through the first lap, Sanders with almost 2 seconds already. Sanders, a phenomenal rider, getting a great start to a pro career down in Adelaide over the summer. Cannot wait to see Armley climb through the ranks on the World Tour. No doubt she will be an absolute superstar one day. So the gap is around 1.8 seconds. Stay steady after the first 750 metres. Next time round, they'll be 1,000 metres down, 3,000 to go. So 4 laps down now for Sanders as she goes through. 4 laps down for Russell, and she's 2.67. Armley Sanders starting to range up on the back of Megan Russell. Sanders comes through. 11 laps to go, 12.50. 12.50 to go for Russell. So as we hit the 1,500 metre mark for Armley Sanders, she's in the same straight as Megan Russell now. So there's about 6 seconds for Armley Sanders. She's catching up to the back of Megan Russell. 9 laps to go for Armley Sanders. 9 laps to go for Russell. So this time around for Armley, it'll be halfway, 8 laps to go. Sanders across the line. She catches Russell. Looks like both girls are going for a time. So usually the catch would mean the end of the race. But Sanders carries on, as does Russell. 4,000 metres for this elite women gold final. The AusCycling State Championships. Sanders comes through, 2,500 metres done. She's gone around Megan Russell. Russell now 2,500 metres done. So this time around, Armley Sanders will get 4 laps to go, 3,000 metres done. She comes through, 1,000 to go with a 3:34, 5:30. So both girls shooting for a time. 3 laps to go now for Armley Sanders. She's got this one wrapped up. Both girls going for a time. So Sanders comes around, 2 laps to go, 500 metres. Next time around, Russell will get 500 metres to go as well. 1.5 laps for Sanders, 2 laps to go for Russell. 4,000 metre gold final. Armley Sanders gets the push on, 1 lap to go. Sanders will take home the gold. Russell the silver. Sanders going for a time. 1 lap to go for Russell. Armley Sanders comes across the line. She stops the clock at a 4:45, 3:16. Megan Russell stops the clock with a 4:58.509.
They need to, their parent needs to send a message to us. Who's that?
So well done to Armley Sanders taking home the gold. Megan Russell the silver. For our elite men, bronze final, Toby Jones. He'll be up against Rowan Hayden-Smith.
Good stuff or not?
And we're off in this bronze final, 4,000 metres. Toby Jones on the front straight, Rowan Hayden-Smith from the back. As they roll through. So 0.02 of a second between them over the first lap. Advantage Toby Jones so far out to 0.2. So after 500 metres, Toby Jones 0.5 of a second over Rowan Hayden-Smith. At the 750 metre mark, it's still Jones. That's out to about a second now in this bronze final. As they come around, the first kilometre will be done. 3,000 metres to go. So it's still Jones by 1.25. With 5 laps down, that ekes out to 1.5 seconds in favour of Jones. So Jones just making incremental inroads into Hayden-Smith. The 1,500 metre mark, that goes out to 1.8 seconds. So Jones really on the accelerator now. So 9 laps to go. Jones up by just on 2 seconds now. So Hayden-Smith got a lot of work to do as they come up to the halfway mark of this bronze final for the elite men's IP. Jones across the line at the halfway mark. He's got 2.26 seconds. So Jones flying. Each lap just making more and more ground. So they come through this time around. They'll have 6 laps to go, 1,500 metres. Jones goes through. They're in the same straight now, so you can see Jones on top of this one. Hayden-Smith, though, starting to fight back as Jones watches him disappear around the corner. So Jones, this time around, he will get 4 laps to go, 1,000 metres. So 4 laps to go for Toby Jones, 4 laps to go for Hayden Smith. Now bronze final. So Hayden Smith rolls through. Jones not far behind him now. There's maybe 45 or 50 metres between them. As Jones comes around this time, he'll get 2 laps to go. So I don't think he'll make the catch, but Rowan Hayden Smith is going to push him all the way to the end. 500 metres to go now for Toby Jones. 500 metres for Hayden Smith. As Jones comes into the front straight, what a ride. Toby Jones gets 1 lap to go, almost on the tail of Hayden Smith. Toby Jones comes up, 1 lap to go for Hayden Smith. Jones can see him, he's just ahead. Jones around 3 and 4. He'll come across the line. So Toby Jones takes the win. Rowan Hayden Smith comes across the line, he'll take 4th. Next up, our gold elite men's final. We'll have presentations straight after this one's for the IPs, and then we'll go straight to our sprint finals. All right, our elite men's gold final, Noah Blannon, Tom Waits. So Noah Blannon on the front straight. He flew during qualifying. As we roll around, 250, Noah Blannon on the charge at 1.5 over Tom Waits. Over the first 500, Blannon through he rolls again. Blows it out to 2 seconds, so Blannon absolutely on a charge. We saw him set a state record in qualifying. So out to 2.2. As Blannon comes round, 1,000 metres down, he goes across the line. He's got 2.7 over Tom Waits. So both riders from QAS, they are absolutely flying. Noah Blannon absolutely on a charge here for this elite men's IP final. The gap out to 3.7 seconds now. Blannon would just about be able to see Tom Waits. They're in the same straight. Next time round for Blannon, he'll be halfway there. Same goes now for Tom Waits as he goes through. So 8 laps to go for Noah Blannon. Time 2:07.45. So he's got about 5 seconds over Tom Waits as they head around Anime's Velodrome. Both past the halfway mark now. So Blannon coming up close onto the back wheel of Tom Waits. 1,500 metres to go this time around for Noah Blannon. He's at the 2,500 metre mark. 2:37.879. Now he's really ranging up on the back of Tom Waits, down the back straight. Through they come. Blannon at 2:7.50. Gets on the back of Tom Waits, goes around the outside, down the back straight. There's the catch. Blannon going for a time. Waits sits up by the look of it. So Waits happy with the silver. Noah Blannon at 3,000 metres, a 3:09. Can he go sub 4:10 in the next kilometre? They are very quick laps if he's going to do that. 3 laps to go. 3:24. So Blannon comes around. 3,500 metres this time round, 2 laps to go. He's at 3:40. These laps are going to have to be flyers if he's going to beat his 4:10 from earlier on. So Blannon comes around into the home straight. He gets the bell, 3:56. Blannon down the back straight. Half a lap to go. He's already got the gold. He's going for a time. Noah Blannon into the home straight. Comes across the line in a 4:12.929. So Blannon will take home the state championship gold. Tom Waits the silver, Toby Jones the bronze. We have presentations for our under-19 and elite IPs, and then we'll head back into our sprint finals for our juniors and masters. I wrote them down as they went through, but what would be different? Because Megan... Oh, yeah. Yeah. I don't really know where to find it, but yeah, I've got them all written down. So, yeah. Yep. And I wrote them down because I couldn't find them. Oh, really? Yeah. That all probably needs to be in for that. Yeah. Yep. Moving on to our presentations. We'll start with our under-19 women for their individual pursuit. So our under-19 individual pursuit presentations for the 2026 Queensland State Championships. In third place, taking home the bronze, Lucy Johnston. Taking home the silver, Elsie Apps. And our 2026 under-19 women IP State Champion, Megan Moore. Congratulations, Megan, our 2026 State Champion for the under-19 women's individual pursuit. Moving on to our under-19 men. In third place, taking home the bronze, Zach Douglas Savage. In second place with silver, Sam Hilditch. And our 2026 under-19 men state champion for the individual pursuit, Lockie Walters. Congratulations, Lockie Walters, our under-19 men's individual pursuit state champion for 2026. Moving on to our elite women. In third place, taking the bronze, Eden Sealy-Cunnington. In second place with silver, Megan Russell. And our 2026 elite women's IP state champion, taking home the gold, Amelie Sanders. Congratulations, Amelie, our 2026 Elite Women's IP State Champion. For our elite men, QAS doing the goods on this one. In third place in bronze, Toby Jones. In second place with silver, Tom Waits. And our 2026 Elite Men State Individual Pursuit Champion, Noah Blannon. Congratulations, Noah, our 2026 Elite Men Individual Pursuit State Champion. Well done to our under-19s and elites. We'll be back racing shortly with our sprints for our under-15s, under-17s and masters. All right, back to racing. They're under 15 women bronze final for the sprint. The two Gold Coast girls, Bo Morfitt up against the Rocket, Winter Bradshaw. So Bo Morfitt leads this one out. She's had a good transition into track cycling, Bo Morfitt. Into the bronze final in the sprints. As Bradshaw comes up on her inside, looks like this is going to be a high tempo event. As they roll through, 2 laps to go. Bradshaw is trying to keep Bo Morfitt at the top of the track. This is heat 1, best of 3, bronze medal. They get the bell. Now Winter goes. Bo gets some height advantage from the track as she comes around Winter down the back straight. Winter gets out of the saddle. Morfitt trying to come around. She's still coming around into the front straight. Elbows out for Bradshaw. Out of the saddle. Leave that one to the comms. That was close. Morfitt with the win. That was close. Next up, heat 1 of our gold final. Emily Dixon up against Matilda Kemps. All right, Dixon, Kemps. The under 15 women's gold final for the sprint. Best of 3. So Dixon will lead this one out. Kemps has decided to go from the gun. Look at this, what a tactic. Dixon wasn't even looking as Kemps came over the top. She's had to respond. So Kemps around the outside. Dixon trying to come back at her as they come round. There's 2 laps to go. Kemps rolls up the track. Caught Dixon a little bit unawares there. Really had to push. So now Kemps going to go again. There's the bell. Dixon slips into that draft. Looks very comfortable. Starts to make a move around the outside. Coming into the back straight. Now Kemps gets out of the saddle. Holds strong. Dixon has to sit into her slipstream. Kemps will come home with this one. So Kemps goes 1 up. Next up, our under 15 boys bronze final. This will be between Paddy Richardson and Sebastian Urry. So Paddy Richardson will lead this one out. This is our bronze final. Best of 3. Paddy's decided to go. Maybe a bit of a dummy. Seeing if Seb responded. Now he goes again. So Paddy Richardson just trying to outmaneuver Sebi a little bit here. So Sebi glued to Paddy's wheel. So Sebi makes the first move. He drops down. They'll get the bell this time around. Almost rubbing wheels. Down the back straight. Paddy comes around. Sebi out of the saddle as they come around 3 and 4. Sebi holding strong, trying to hold Paddy Richardson up. Paddy comes over the top. He'll go one up. Next up, our gold final between Felix Henderson and Ethan Lee. So Ethan Lee will lead this one out. It's going to go fast from the look of it too. How's a look around? Sees if Felix is there. Heads up to the top of the boards. On the back straight. Felix Henderson straight onto Ethan Lee's wheel. So come around, they get the bell. So Lee accelerates. Henderson sticks to his wheel, but the gap opens up. Goes out to 2 metres. Ethan Lee still out of the saddle. Down the back straight. Felix Henderson holding strong, but Ethan Lee pulls away. Ethan Lee will go one up in this gold final. Next up, our under-17 women's bronze final. Heat 1, Hannah Walters will be up against Elise Vaughan. So Walters leads out Vaughan in this Heat 1 of the bronze under-17 women's sprint final. Round they go, lap and a half to go. Vaughan glued to the wheel of Walters. Walters took it to 3 with Sienna Golding. What's she got for Elise Vaughan? Elise Vaughan on the attack though, gets straight onto Hannah Walters' wheel as they head around 1 and 2. Vaughan coming around the outside, down the back straight. Walters holding on as they come around 3 and 4. Walters into the front straight. Walters will take the win. Next up, our under 17 women gold final. Heat 1. Sienna Golding will be up against Maddie Douglas Savage. As they roll through, Maddie Douglas Savage on the front of this one. This is Heat 1 of our under 17 women's gold sprint final. As the girls go, Maddie responds to the acceleration of Golding. Down the back straight, Golding wanting to go long range. Douglas Savage holds her up now, gets into her wheel with 1 lap to go. Douglas Savage now comes over the top. Just can't get over the top. She's going to have to do it down the back straight. Golding still firing. Douglas Savage. Golding might have this one. So Golding will go 1 up against Douglas Savage. Next up, our under 17 men's bronze final, Heat 1. Riley Dixon up against Oliver Jordan. So Dixon will lead this one out. Bronze under 17 men's sprint final, Heat 1. As both riders come around with 2 laps to go. No change so far. So Jordan rolls in underneath Dixon, forces him up towards the fence. Now Jordan goes, gets the edge. Dixon straight onto his wheel as they come through. Oliver Jordan coming around. Dixon now coming back down the back straight. Dixon coming around the outside of Jordan. Around 3, around 4, into the front straight. Can Dixon get over the top? Jordan will hold strong. So Jordan will go one up in that one for the gold final for under 17 men. Cruz Kemps up against Oscar Winchester. So Kemps will lead this one out. Both boys on fire today. Gold final for under 17 men. So Cruz rolls off. So Winchester looks like he's fairly happy, just been a little bit off the back of Kemps. So start to wind things up now. Cruz, the first one to react. Elbows out, tail swinging. Winchester coming back at him, reduces the gap. It's down to about 5 metres. He's got a lot of work to do though. Kemps with a good lead here. Can Kemps hold on as they come around 3 and 4? Kemps will hold on to this one by about half a wheel. So Kemps will go one up. So Kemps will go one up in that gold final. Next up, our Masters women, Julie Barnett up against Sandra Stoy. Jessica Laws already sealing the bronze medal. So Julie Barnett leads out Sandra Stoy. So KG from the two ladies in this first lap. Sandra with 2 days of sprinting. She was in the elite women yesterday, in the Masters women today. They get the bell. Jules on the front. Sandra now coming at her. Round they go, round turn 1 and 2. Sandra Stoy around the outside, down the back straight. Stoy gets out of the saddle. Barnett not able to respond. Sandra Story rolls around. She'll go one up for our Masters women. Next up, our men's Masters 10 gold final. Keith Ham and James Meredith. So James Meredith will lead this one out. So James Meredith leading out Keith Ham. Keith testing the handling skills of Frank Chen. Round they come, a one lap down. This men's Masters 10 final, a lap and a half to go. Keith Ham makes the move down the back straight. Heads into turn 3 and 4. The hamster gets one lap to go. Down the back straight, Meredith trying to come back, but Keith Ham looks like he's got this one sewn up. So Keith Ham across the line, he'll go one up. Next up, men's Masters 9. Men's Masters 8 and 9. Stevie Mayman from the Gold Coast. He's up against Jerry O'Connell, who pulls out the World Champion jersey. So Stevie Mayman doing a lot of work with the juniors down the Gold Coast at the track on a Thursday night. Jerry pulling out the intimidation factor, got the World's jersey on. So Jerry going to lead this one out. So Jerry Lee leading out Stevie Mayman down the back straight. Looks like Stevie wants to go long range on this one. This is Masters 8 and 9. Stevie goes over the top. Jerry gives him a bit of space with 2 laps to go. Jerry heads up the boards. Gives him a gap. Now Jerry dives down. Going to chase down Mayman. Down the back straight. So Mayman across the line. Jerry chasing. He might have given himself too much work to do here, Jerry O'Connell. He's got a lot to do down that back straight. Stevie Mayman willing that bike to go faster. So they head into 3 and 4. Jerry times it around 3 and 4. Out of 4. Jerry O'Connell on the line. He'll go 1 up. Moving on to our Masters Men 7. In this bronze final, this will be Rob McGrath up against Shane Hendren. So McGrath will lead this one out. Our first heat of the bronze final for the Masters Men 7. So McGrath happy down in the sprinters lane. Hendren goes towards the fence. Very cagey, first lap, Hendren up by the fence. Rob McGrath from Mundy in control at this stage. So just over a lap to go now. Hendren starts to range in on the back of McGrath as they head down the front straight. Hendren around the outside. McGrath responds. He goes back on the front. Hendren now down the back straight. McGrath really pushing. Hendren going to have to go the long way around 3 and 4. McGrath still pushing from Bundaberg. Hendren sits up. McGrath, he'll go 1 up. Up next, our Men's Masters 7 Gold Heat Final number 1, Glenn Searle. He'll be up against Brian Schmacker. As Glenn Searle leads this one out. as Glenn Searle leads through Brian Schmacker. They get the bell. Schmacker comes in underneath. Searle went to the fence. Gets some speed. Back into the sprinters lane. Schmacker with a lot of work to do. Glenn Searle out of the saddle. Really strong into 3 and 4. Schmacker with a lot of work to do. Glenn Searle into the front straight. Searle will take the win. Next up, our Masters 5 and 6. It's the gold final. So it'll be Andrew Matheson up against Shane Edwards. So Edwards will lead this one out in the gold final. So Edwards still in the front, Matheson right on his wheel. There's the bell. Matheson made the jump. Edwards trying to respond, but Matheson disappears around turn 1 and 2. That guy is an absolute bullet. Matheson around 3, around 4. He'll go 1 up in this match sprint for Masters Men's 5 and 6. Next up, our bronze final for Men's Masters 4. It looks like it'll be Tipple and Mercier. So Mercier to lead this one out. So Jason Tipple down by the duckboard, Mercier up on the stayers line as they come around, 2 laps to go for this bronze final, heat 1 for the Masters men's 4. So they come round, coming up to the bell lap, Tipple underneath Mercia. There's the bell, Tipple. The first one to jump, Mercia reacts. He's going to have to come around Tipple down the back straight. He makes his move out of turn 2. Tipple really pushing. Mercia, he's almost run out of legs as they go into 3 and 4. This is neck and neck into the front straight. Mercia over the top. Mercia will take the win. A men's Masters 4 gold final up next. Anthony Lane and Simon Wallace. So Simon Wallace will lead this one out. This is our gold final for the men's Masters 4. Wallace and Lane both coming through their finals unscathed, but as I speak, Anthony Lane takes a slip. It's caught a few out turn 1 today. So they'll come back around and line up. So as Anthony Lane comes back around, so Anthony Lane will lead this one out, followed by Simon Wallace. When they go, no incidents on lap 1 this time around. As Lane leads through Wallace in this men's Masters 1 gold final. So they roll around the top. They get the bell. Anthony Lane trying to get on top of Simon Wallace. They're both a bit wobbly heading into turn 1 and 2 as they come down the back straight. Wallace just the edge over Anthony Lane as they come around 3 and 4. Simon Wallace, he'll have the goods. He'll go 1 up. So next up, our men's masters 2 and 3. Marwood and Clark. It's the bronze final. So Adam Clark will lead this one out. Our bronze final for our Masters 2 and 3. So 1 lap down, it's still Marwood on the front as Clark starts to make a move. Up the inside, Marwood kicks it off early. Clark goes with him as they head down the back straight, shoulder to shoulder into turn 3 and 4. Clark got the goods over Marwood at the moment as he keeps this under control. This is the bronze final for our men's masters 2 and 3. Marwood trying to make a move around the outside, down the back straight. Clark responds out of 4 into the home straight. Clark will go 1 up. Next up, our men's masters 2 and 3 gold final. Chris Myatt. And Smith. So Chris Smith leading this one out over Chris Myatt. So they roll around. Chris Myatt makes the first move. Nicholas Smith very late to respond. Chris Myatt did this one to Adam Clark earlier on in the heats. Can he hold on? He's got a bit of a gap now, Myatt. Can he hold that gap? Myatt moving. Nicholas Smith coming back at him. Smith around the outside. Myatt needs to really move. Nicholas Smith around 3 and 4. Myatt holding strong into the front straight. Myatt will take it. Great tactic. It worked with Clarkey. Now it's worked with Nicholas Smith. Good cheer squad there for Chris Myatt. So Myatt will go 1 up in that gold final. Next out, back to our under 15 women's bronze final. Bo Morfitt and Winter Bradshaw. Bo Morfitt 1 up. It must have been a paper thin result for Morfitt. So here we go. Bradshaw. She'll need to work out how to beat Morfitt. Morfitt using the same tactic, getting this to go at a higher pace, forcing Winter to stay with her. So they come around, they'll get the bell. So Morfitt just trying to slip underneath. Winter Bradshaw, now they go. The sprint is on. Bradshaw heads to the sprinters lane. Holds Morfitt up high as they go down the back straight. Morfitt opens up the afterburners. Bradshaw's going to have to do something there. She pulls out. Bo Morfitt will take the bronze medal. Next up, our under-15 women gold final between Matilda Kemps and Adele Dixon. Kemps one up in this one. So Dixon and Kemps. Adele Dixon, she'll want to take this to a decider. Matilda Kemps, she's going to get the tempo high from the very start. We know how good a rider Adele Dixon is, so going fast probably isn't too much of a drama. And she slides straight in underneath Matilda Kemps as they head down the front straight. 2 laps to go. Shoulder to shoulder. Bit of argy-bargy as they head into turn 2. So Adele wants to change this one up. Kemps trying to come over the top. They'll get the bell. Kemps does come back over the top. In the turn 1 and 2. Dixon turns it off. Matilda Kemps kicks. Matilda Kemps will go home with the gold. Adele Dixon will take home the silver. Good job, Matilda Kemps. Silver for Adele Dixon. Moving on to our under-15 boys bronze final. So Paddy Richardson one up in this one in the under-15 boys final. Sebiari, he'll lead this one out. So as they roll around with 2 laps to go this time around. Sebi really took it to Paddy Richardson last time. What's he got in store for him now? So Paddy up nice and high on the boards. Seb Urry just keeping an eye on him as they head around with 1.5 laps to go. So Paddy jumps, Seb responds, elbows out for Paddy Richardson. He's going for his bronze medal around turn 1 and 2. Sebi hasn't given up on this as Sebi ranges back up on Paddy Richardson. Down the back straight, Seb Urry trying to get back on terms. Comes up on Paddy's wheel. We'll have to get around the top of him. Paddy accelerates again. Nothing in it. Paddy Richardson will take the bronze. Next out, Heat 2 of our gold final, Ethan Lee, 1 up against Felix Henderson. So Felix Henderson will lead this one out. Ethan Lee 1 up. This is the gold final. Paddy Richardson taking the bronze. So coming to the front straight, Ethan Lee in underneath Felix Henderson now. There's the bell, no sprinting yet. Very cagey between these two boys. They'll leave it very late. Henderson the first to go. Lee reacts, gets out of the saddle into 3 and 4, opens up the gap. Ethan Lee will take your gold medal for the under 15 boys sprint. Next up, bronze final for our under 17 women. Hannah Walters 1 up on this one against Elise Vaughan. Lockie Walters on handling duties, fresh off his IP win. Hannah Walters with the superstar treatment. Elise Vaughan to lead this one out. So Walters has decided she wants to go up high. So as the ladies come around turn 4, Vaughan and Walters. Walters one up. Can she secure the bronze this time around? So fast pace down the back straight as they come up to 1 lap to go. Who blinks first? Hannah goes. Walters responds. Side by side as they go into 1 and 2. Walters with the advantage as she comes around turn 2. Drops into the sprinters lane. Goes through 3 and 4. This for the bronze medal. Can Elise Vaughan take it to a decider? Hannah Walters, she'll take home the bronze. Next up, our gold final. Maddie Douglas-Savage, Sienna Golding. Golding gone up 1 up in this one. How does Douglas-Savage respond to this? Or does Sienna Golding go straight to the gold medal? So Golding out of the blocks. She wants to keep tempo high. Douglas-Savage straight up onto her inside. She doesn't want to turn this into a 3-lap IP. So Douglas-Savage tactically changed straight up. She's not going to go and get drawn into a long sprint. As they go shoulder to shoulder down the front straight. Douglas-Savage is the first to go. It's a long way out for Douglas-Savage. Golding gets into her draft. Into the front straight. There's the bell. Golding. We know she can IP. Can she get over the top of Maddie Douglas-Savage? She comes out of the draft down the back straight. Douglas-Savage is going to have to move it. Golding coming around the outside. Golding still coming into the front straight. Golding comes into the sprinters lane. We'll see what happens with that one. There's your result though. Sienna Golding with the win. So Golding will take the gold. Our under 17 men's bronze final. The Juice, he's 1 up on this one. Can Riley Dixon come back? So Ollie Jordan 1 up in this bronze under 17 men's sprint final. Can Dixon take it to a decider? So fast pace down the back straight. Dixon goes early, slides under Jordan. Jordan onto his wheel. There's the bell. 1 lap to go. Jordan going the long way around 1 and 2. Gets up beside Dixon. Down the back straight. Dixon sits up. Jordan's got it. He'll take home the bronze. Good work from Oliver Jordan. Next up, our gold final, the big one for under 17 men. Cruz Kemps one up against Oscar Winchester. So Winchester, what's he got to come back at Cruz Kemps? So Winchester will lead this one out. Kemps with the advantage so far. So Jordan has the bronze. Can Winchester send this one to a decider? Kemps rolls underneath. He wants to control it. As the boys come down that back straight. Big time for the under 17s. This is it, gold final. Cruz goes across the line first. He'll get the gold. If Winchester takes it, it'll force to a decider. Kemps coming up around the outside. Winchester's going to have to respond. Kemps very quick off the line. Now Winchester comes. He's closer this time around. As they go around 3 and 4, still a lot of work for Winchester to do. Cruz Kemps into the front straight. Kemps will take the gold. Kemps with the gold. Winchester will go home with the silver. Next up, Heat 2 between Sandra Stoy and Julie Barnett. Stoy one up in this one. So Stoy on the line, she'll lead out Julie Barnett. So Sandra one up in this. For the Masters women, they'll all end up with a gold in their different age groups. This is the battle. Okay, so can Julie Barnett force it to a decider? Very cagey between these two UQ riders. So Barnett leads this one out. Different tactic to last time. Stoy comes in underneath. Oh, that's close as they come around. Turn 4. Stoy had the line as they come around 1 and 2. That's a heart starter. Julie Barnett coming back now. Stoy gets out of the saddle as they go around 3 and 4. Sandra Stoy, Julie Barnett coming back at her though as they come to the line. Sandra Stoy will take it. Next out, our men's masters 10. Keith Ham 1 up over James Meredith. So just a warning to Julie Barnett on that one, entering into the sprinters lane when her opponent was already there. So Keithy Ham, can he take this one out over James Meredith? Michael Jordan with the save, both of himself and of James, I think. So Keith Ham leading this one out. So Ham and Meredith as they head around with about 1.5 to go. Keith Ham 1 up in this one. It's the men's masters 10. There's the bell. The hamster gets out of the saddle, accelerates down the front straight, comes into 1 and 2. Meredith trying to respond. Keith Ham into the back straight. He's got a lead of about 15 metres. Meredith coming back. Keith Ham, though, looks like he's on his way to men's masters gold. Keith Ham, he'll come across the line. So good work there from Mr. Ham taking the gold. James Meredith with the silver. Men's Masters 8 and 9. Stevie Mayman up against Jerry O'Connell. Different age groups, so I think they'll both get the gold medals here. As Stevie Mayman comes up to the line. Special message for Steve all the way from Daryl Mayman down in Victoria. Try harder, Steve. As Jerry lines up in that beautiful world champion jersey. So Mayman getting a razz up from his younger brother down in Shepparton. Let's see if he can respond. Daryl, a bit of a troublemaker down there. Talking about Shepparton though, if you haven't been to those Christmas carnivals at Shepparton, Bendigo and Castlemaine, you're missing out. Great couple of days racing down there in country Victoria. Jerry's going to leave a gap. Stevie, come on, you can take advantage of this. Jerry's leaving it very late. Stevie Mayman, he's got an IP to do. He thinks he's an enduro. Let's see it. Stevie Mayman down the front straight. Jerry with a lot of work to do, but he's coming back like a charging bull. Jerry O'Connell, he'll get around Stevie Mayman by the end of the back straight. Into turn 3 and 4. Round goes Jerry. Stevie Mayman looks up, sees the world champs jersey, and they come across the line. So well done to Stevie and Jerry. Jerry waves to the crowd. Next up, our Men's Masters 7, Heat 2. Rob McGrath, he's got the advantage over Shane Hendren in this one. It's for the gold, for the bronze, sorry. So Hendren looks like he'll be leading this one out. McGrath, one up. So Hendren leads out Rob McGrath. He'll need the win here, Shane Hendren, if he wants to force his bronze final to a decider. Jerry O'Connell taking a few victory laps. So Hendren in control at the moment. Rob McGrath happy to sit on his wheel. So Hendren leads out McGrath. Can McGrath respond? He's going to have to come around the outside of Hendren. He does, down the back straight. Hendren trying to respond. Rob McGrath. Hendren's got him on the ropes at the moment. McGrath with a lot of work to do. This will go to a decider, I think. So Hendren takes it. We'll get one more from our Men's Masters 7 bronze. And that'll be a fairly quick turnaround, I think. Our Men's Masters 7 gold final. This will be Glenn Searle up against Brian Schmacker. So Glenn Searle one up in this Men's Masters 7. Schmacker to lead this one out. Glenn Searle with the upper hand at this stage. If you are packing up on the infield, If you want to stack a few chairs while you're down there, that'd help immensely. So Glenn Searle on the front, he's one up. So we head down the back straight with 1.5 to go in this gold final, heat 2. Glenn Searle with the upper hand. There's the bell. Searle gets out of the saddle, opens up a tiny gap to Schmacker. Schmacker can come back from there. The gap opens out to 2 metres. Searle out of the saddle again. Schmacker trying to come back with a seated acceleration. Glenn Searle though, out of turn 3, out of turn 4. Glenn Searle will take home gold for the Men's Masters 7. So Brian Schmacker taking home the silver. Next out, our Men's Masters 5 and 6. Andrew Matheson. Dominating so far. He'll be up against Shane Edwards. It's the gold final. So Matheson leading this one out. So Matheson leading this one round, fairly sedate first lap. Matheson, he's one up with 1.5 laps to go. It's going to make Shane Edwards work for this one. They get the bell. Edwards, first to go. Matheson reacts. Opens up a couple of bike lengths straight away. Edwards still going, but Matheson, he's on a bender. Matheson will come through. He'll take the gold. Shane Edwards with the silver. On to our Men's Masters 4. Mercier and Tipple for the bronze. Mercier, one up at this stage. So Tipple, he'll lead this one out over Mercier. As Tipple rolls through, Mercia will want to get this one done. So Mercia gets the jump over Tipple. So head down through 1 and 2. Tipple trying to come back, but it's going to be all Nicholas Mercia. He'll make his way for the Men's Masters 4 bronze medal. Well done to Nicholas Mercia. Next up, our Men's Masters 4 gold heat, Simon Wallace and Anthony Lane. So Men's Masters 4 gold final, heat 2. Simon Wallace is 1 up over Anthony Lane. So Wallace with the advantage over Anthony Lane. Can he make it 2 from 2 to collect the gold for the Men's Masters 4? So as both boys start to wind it up with 2 laps to go. Wallace a bit too quick for Anthony Lane in the first one. Lane opens it up, keeps Wallace up high. Down the front straight they go, side by side into 1 and 2. Lane with the advantage, Wallace coming over the top. Wallace wanting to clean this one up. He goes around turn 3 and 4. He's got the lead. Simon Wallace comes home. Simon Wallace will take home the gold. Anthony Lane with the silver. On to our Men's Masters 2 and 3. Adam Clark and Cole Marwood. Clarkey 1 up in this battle. Good job, Anthony Lane, getting the silver. But it's Kyle Marwood all the way from Mackay, taking on Adam Clark. So Clark with the advantage, being one up so far. Marwood wanting to take this one out early. So they come around, they'll get 2 laps to go. Marwood going to try and push Clark to go long distance. Clark looks like he's pretty comfortable there on the back wheel as he settles down into the back straight. Around turn 3 and 4, they'll get the bell this time around. Marwood comes round. Clark comes around the outside, around 1 and 2. Clark around the outside of Kyle Marwood. Marwood drops the head. Clark comes around. Marwood sits up. Adam Clark will come through. He'll take home the bronze. And our gold final for our Masters 2 and 3. Chris Myatt coming up against Nicholas Smith. Chris Myatt, the absolute master tactician. Presentations will happen pretty much straight away after the last final. So Myatt, what can he do this time? He caught Nicholas Smith napping a little bit. Went long range, it worked very, very well for him. Can he go the double and collect the gold? As Myatt drops in, Nicholas Smith responds a little bit quicker this time. So they come around, they'll get the bell. So Myatt across the line, Nicholas Smith coming back at him. This will send it to a decider. It'll be a very quick turnaround for these young men if it goes to the decider. Round 1 and 2, Myatt in control. Nicholas Smith coming over the top. That was close. I think it looked like Myatt, but I'm not sure. Nicholas Smith gets it, so that'll go to a decider. All right, our sprint final for the AWII. Ollie Hutchison and Kili Ketkovics. So our 2 riders, Kili Ketkovics and Oliver Hutchison. So Ketkovics will lead this one out. So as our 2 riders, Ketkovics and Hutchison, roll down the front straight. So as Keeley starts to kick, Ollie Hutchison responds. There's the bell. Ketkovic goes, but Hutchison onto him now. Acceleration from Ketkovic. Oliver Hutchison down the back straight. He knows what he's got to do as they come around 3 and 4. Ketkovic into the front straight. Keeley Ketkovic will take the win. So I think that was just a straight final. I don't think that was best 2 out of 3. Straight final. So Keeley with the win. Ollie Hutchison with the silver. Next up, our decider. Shane Hendren and Rob McGrath for the men's Masters 7. Bronze medal. They're one apiece. Whoever wins this one gets the bronze. So Shane Hendren leads this one out, followed by Rob McGrath. So Rob McGrath on the front of this battle. Our last race for our men's Masters 7. And then I think we'll have our showdown between Chris Myatt and Nicholas Smith. There's the bell. And look at Shane Hendren, he's gone early. He wants to get these hands on that bronze medal. Rob McGrath coming back. Hendren, he's on front. Rob McGrath coming back. A lot of work to do as they go around 3 and 4. Shane Hendren holding on. Shane Hendren into the front straight. Shane Hendren will take the bronze. So it feels like these two were only just on the track. One apiece, Chris Myatt, Nicholas Smith. After this, we'll go straight to presentations. If you're down on the infield and you want to be awesome, stack some chairs, take them down to the cage. That'd be cool. So from what I understand, we're going to wait a minimum 10 minutes between races. So Chris Myatt and Nicholas Smith just chilling out on the fence. Lise Benjamin thinking about 10 minutes time. So if we've got a couple more minutes to go, if anyone wants to help pull down those A-frames, the bike frames down in the infield, pack some chairs away, maybe sing a song to Lise Benjamin on the front straight. It's about 400 degrees down there, maybe 401. Yeah, close. The camera crew, they're going a little bit crazy up here now as well. They've had a long day. Even the BMXers have come to have a look. Aaron Bear Liang finally turns back up. Please. Yeah, so you're not worried about the... no, but you're not worried about the in-house microphone? Okay. Mate, the toe lighting is now. I'm just wondering if it's off. Yeah. Cool. I'm going to shut this.
Ready?
As our riders are ready to go, the 10 minutes is up. So Myatt and Smith holding everybody up this afternoon. What a way to finish. So Chris Myatt, Nicholas Smith. Our Masters 2 and 3 final. So head around the track. Nicholas Smith looks like he wants to go with this one. Down the front straight. Myatt takes a run at it with a lap and a half to go. Nicholas Smith, I think he wanted to rub shoulders with him on the way back. There's the bell. So Myatt goes. Nicholas Smith, he just shook his head. I'm not sure. I think he's out of this one. Something's happened there. I'm not sure. As Chris Myatt rocks around, Chris Myatt, he'll come home with the gold for the men's 2 and 3 Masters. We're going to head down into the infield and we'll do our final presentations. I'll give it to Bear. He's Bear down there? I can. He's not so little anymore though. No, they can hear me running down the stairs. In silver. Awesome. Moving on to our under 15 ladies. In third place, taking home the bronze from the Gold Coast, Bo Morphy. In second place, also from the Gold Coast, taking home silver, Adele Dixon. And our 2026 under 15 women's sprint champion, Matilda. Congratulations. 26 under 15 champion. Moving on to our under 15 boys. In third place with the bronze, Paddy Richardson. In second place from Balmoral in silver, Felix Henderson. And our 2026 under 15 men's sprint champion, Ethan Lee. Well done, Ethan, our 2026 under 15 men's sprint state champion. Okay, moving on to our under 17 women in the sprint. In third with the bronze from Hamilton Wheelers, Hannah Walters. With the silver, Maddie Douglas Savage. And our 2026 under 17 women state champion for the sprint, Sienna Golding. Congratulations, Sienna, our 2026 under 17 women sprint state champion. On to our under 17 men. In third place with the bronze, Oliver Jordan. In second place with the silver, Oscar Winchester. And our 2026 under 17 men's state champion for the sprint, Cruz Kemps. Congratulations, Cruz Kemps, our 2026 under 17 men's state champion for the sprint. On to our Masters women 7 and 4. Taking home gold for the Masters 7, Julie Barnett. Taking home gold for the women's Masters 4, Sandra Stoy. Congratulations, Julie and Sandra. On to our men's Masters 10. Taking home the silver from Balmoral Cycling Club, James Meredith. And our 2026 Masters 10 state champion, the hamster, Keith Ham. Congratulations, Keith Ham, our men's Masters 10 state champion. Masters 9 and Masters 8 going up together for our men's Masters 9 from the Gold Coast, our gold medal winner, Stevie Mayman. If Daryl Mayman, you're listening, way better than you, mate. For our Masters 8, taking home the gold, Jerry O'Connell. Well done, Stevie and Jerry. Moving on to our men's Masters 7. Taking home the bronze from the University of Queensland, Shane Hendren. With the silver from the Darling Downs, Brian Schmacker. And the gold, our 2026 Masters 7 state champion, Glenn Searle. Congratulations, Glenn, our 2026 Masters 7 state champion for our men's Masters 6. Taking the gold all the way from the Mackay, and our state champion, Shane Edwards. Congratulations, Shane, our 2026 Men's Masters 6 state champion for the sprint. For the Men's Masters 5. Taking home the silver, Scott Hutchison. And with the gold, our new 2026 state champion for the Men's Masters 5, Andrew Matheson. Congratulations, Andrew, our 2026 Men's Masters 5 state champion for the sprint. Men's Masters 4. What a battle this was. Taking home the bronze from Logan City, Nicholas Mercier. With silver from the University of Queensland, Anthony Lane. And our 2026 state champion from Balmoral, Simon Wallace, in the Men's Masters 4. Congratulations, Simon, our 2026 Men's Masters 4 Sprint State Champion. On to our Men's Masters 3. With the bronze, Cole Marwood, are you still around?
No, he's had to catch the flight, sorry.
Oh, he's gone. He's got to get back to Mackay. So Cole Marwood with the bronze. In second from the University of Queensland, Adam Clark. And our 2026 Masters 3 Sprint Champion, Chris Myatt. Congratulations, Chris, our 2026 Men's Masters 3 Sprint State Champion. Our Men's Masters 2, taking home the state championship from the University of Queensland, Nicholas Smith. Congratulations, Nicholas, our 2026 Queensland State Champion for the Men's Masters 2 Sprint. Thanks to everyone, drive safe. We'll see you at the next round in 2 weeks' time. Entries are open for the next round and the one at the end of February.